It's another day, another chance for these gamers to get some dollar. We're here again, boarding the board. Captain Atsoka here, and we are here for the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. After last week's exciting matchups, we saw some excellent play, both from the Washington region and from the Oregon region. We are going to see some excellent play going on today as we see an exciting qualifier, Captain. Again, another shot at some more prize money, another shot at some glory, but another celebration of some Fortnite action, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? I kind of feel bad for these qualifiers today, and let me tell you why. Let me explain myself for a moment, because last week's qualifiers were so litty, it's going to be a tough act to follow. I mean, we literally got some top-notch competition from those other regions, so I know that the competition is on for this region here today. I mean, when we're thinking about last week, we got Willie B, who dropped a whole 20 bomb in the lobby, surpassed 100+ points, 119 placement points, 20 EP, was the top frag and was just untouchable. And again, you know, we just got so much good talent. I mean, APG, 240 hertz con, and the list goes on. There's just so much talent coming out. And you know what? I'm really excited to see what this next qualifier is going to be able to bring to the table to compete with the other regions.
Of course. And we saw some excellent play from Willie B. Of course, we saw an 18 bomber also in the qualifier before. But let's talk a little bit about the pretense before this, all right? Of course, we're all competing for a massive prize money. That's $10,000 in this prize pool. Of course, shout out to Bragg House, McDonald's, and Coca-Cola for all making this prize pool possible, because there's a lot of good things that can come from these gamers. Because they have a chance of that pool. Talk a little bit about that, Cap.
Well, I mean, for starters, you know, that $10,000 prize pool can truly change someone's future just by, you know, easing the burden of student loans, tuition bills, and like you were saying, you know, just a big shout out to McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and Bragg House just for spotlighting these college gamers and providing this incredible gaming opportunity. And you know what? Speaking of, you know, again, just make sure that you're staying in the loop. Go to Instagram, go and follow at Bragg House for all things Golden Royale Cup, and also stay tuned with Golden Gamers. And also, while we're going to be gaming today, you might want to download the McDonald's app for points toward free items at participating McDonald's, because I can guarantee you we're going to be in for a doozy of a few heats today in Fortnite, and you're not going to want to miss it.
And absolutely, make sure you're keeping intact with the app. You can see all that information right there in the chat. But as far as now, let's do a little bit about a recap about what we've seen in the past and what's going in the future. Of course, we had the SoCal qualifier. Misspoke before, I apologize. That happened Saturday, November 4th, and then on the Sunday we had that Washington qualifier. Of course, today we have the Oregon, again I misspoke, the Oregon region having a shot at glory. Also the Kansas one and Oklahoma as well. We're all having one big piece of the pie. A lot of gamers in this qualifier that's happening today, of course. And going forward, we are going to have that awesome finale that's going to be on the 18th. So plenty of action that is coming up later in the schedule. But then also, let's talk a little bit about how this format works, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, first of all, everybody knows Fortnite is going to be a battle royale, 400 student gamers, 100 per qualifier, and the number of rounds are going to be 5 private matches per qualifier. And the way that we're running that is that we have a 5th heat in there. That 5th private match is going to be a last chance qualifier for some of these gamers to get another opportunity at putting themselves within the qualifier for the grand finale. So again, 20 students every 4 rounds, and it will be round 5 points reset. So remember, that 5th round, that LCQ, last chance qualifier, that's going to happen in the 5th round. And then of course, those 5 students who are able to qualify will be able to move forward.
So the best of 20 in the first 4 heats that we're going to be having here, of course, we'll tally up all those scores. But again, we'll have that last one, as Cap explained, the best of 5 in that. And that's going to make for some exciting action, because as we talked about before, this qualifier, plenty of gamers that we're going to be seeing today. So, of course, only the best 25 And right now, of course, we're only focusing on these first 4 qualifiers, the best of 20. Cap, you mentioned it before about how we had some amazing players get 20 pieces and close to 20 pieces. Of course, the 20 piece went to none other than Willie B. But of course, we have to shout out what happened the games before, and that was Bloodsrow that ended up getting the 18th piece. Of course, Ruler ended up being the ruler of the qualifier that Bloodsrow was in. Willie B walked away with not only the top frag amount, but also getting the top score amount, or at least in that first 4, right? So let's talk a little bit about going into the second phase, week 2 in Fortnite. Plenty has changed, and this is only a week into the season. Cap, let's talk a little bit about that.
Oh, absolutely. And again, you got the best from each region that are going to be coming together and going at it in the grand finale. Remember, that's a $10,000 prize pool. There's going to be a lot on the line. And as I've already mentioned, we have got so much talent coming from each of these regions. So far, you got people up there, like you said, that are dropping 20 EP. But at the same time, you got players like Ruler, for example. And then also we got Willie B at the same time, who are able to get consecutive victory royales, victory crowns. They're constantly getting first place on a lot of these battle royales, and they're just stacking up the points. They're padding the stats, and now they're going to have to go head-to-head a week from today. They're going to be going head-to-head, but we got to see who they're going to be going up against in this qualifier number 3. Who is going to be the ones to stand out this week representing that Oklahoma, Kansas, and Oregon regions? That is what I'm excited to find out here today.
Yes, 3 different regions going at it for the best of the top 25. Exciting action to soon occur. But of course, you already slightly touched on it. Let me go ahead and touch on it. And guys, there are plenty of ways to win right here, even if you aren't a participant in this lovely competition. And one of them is to go ahead and type in !raffle in the chat. You have a chance of getting at least one of the over 200 items of merch that we have available here from Brag House. Also, to make sure that you're putting in that brags, go to app.braghouse.com. Go ahead and sign up for an opportunity to see some of these brags. Make your best available prediction, and you never know what might happen. You add up a lot of those brag butts, and then you have the potential of getting some awesome merch. Cap, you talked a little bit about some of those brags that were available last week. This week, I'm sure they're even more popping.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's always a different brag going on to get the predictions in, especially with the new regions that we have today. And honestly, you could just go to, app.braghouse.com just to get your daily chest. Like, I went and just got my daily chest. I actually forgot about it, but I'm actually glad that I went and checked just to make sure I was able to get my daily chest, so that way I can make a little bit more brags. But with that being said, we are ready to hop in to heat number 1, and we are taking a look at Cromsy. Again, a very unique POI, and I got to tell you, we talked a lot about different points of interest last week as well, but I got to tell you, with the direction that Cromsy's going, I got to say, we haven't seen a lot of this POI here, towards the outside of Wailing Woods and Lazy Lodge.
Oh, absolutely. Paradise Palms can be a little bit decrepit when it comes to action, but if you're seeing it right here, this is a good spot right here, the Lodge. Again, not a lot of action that's happening, but a pretty decent spot when it comes to getting some equipment and some items. So we'll see what will happen into the future. Cromsy right now just trying to make sure that they build up materials. Cap, we saw last week, especially towards the end, materials meant everything, especially going into those moving storms in the 7th and the 8th storm. So we'll see if some of these competitors actually know to gather while you're ahead of the game to make sure you don't end up getting left behind.
Let's see. I mean, right now, you got 2 at this POI, and Cromsy already trying to fire away at 1, but they're going to try and avoid that danger, and they do so successfully. But, I have to wonder if Cromsy is going to try and chase, and it looks like they are. Hold on. They're going for this early EP.
And you know what? Elimination points has done a lot of these gamers well. Of course, sticking into it seems to be the best, most effective way to get it done. But, unlike these last qualifiers, this pool is so much bigger. So if you end up getting packed out early, at least it helps to make sure that you have a couple EPs on your way. Look at that shot from across the way, using that assault rifle effectively.
Oh, that was so cheeky. And you know what? Maybe it was a little unnecessary, but at the same time, there's no amount of points that are unnecessary in this tournament. Again, this is the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite presented by Coca-Cola. There's a lot on the line, so you're going to have to get as many points as you can, and you can't leave anything to waste. So again, good on Chromesy just to find that early point to start things off. And now we're headed to Pleasant Park, and there's actually 2 people here wondering if we're going to see a skirmish soon.
Yeah, wondering if we're going to see it. Of course, a lot of changes that are going to be happening. Is the second week of this new map. Nightwolf, I apologize, 2023, rocking one of those new items that actually wasn't there the last week before, and that is, of course, that other heavy assault rifle. So we'll see if they use that effectively right now, and has an opportunity to upgrade it now too. So going with the pump, the blue heavy assault rifle, I'm telling you, if you have good aim on that, that can carry you well. Let's see what happens later on in the future for Nightwolf.
Yeah, I was about to say, that looked like the AK. I was wondering where the AK was last week. I'm glad it's coming back. But also, we have the scoped assault rifles as well, and we, again, know how much damage that can do if used properly. And you know what, again, Nightwolf so far starting out with a pretty decent build, pretty decent loadout. I mean, it couldn't hurt to get a 50 chug. That would definitely help out a little bit, but still very early on here. And you can see someone is in the house with them right above. It's Ducksworth, who is going to get the read now, swapping out to that AK and able to finish off Nightwolf. They are going to get their first elimination point here in Heat 1.
Yeah, going ahead and getting the victor. The victor goes to spoils, right? So getting that heavy and then getting that scope AR as well. So they have a distance option and they have an up close option too. You talk about those new items in the shop. You also have an SMG that also was finally unvaulted. And then you have none other than the Shockwave, which is a little bit better than the Impulse. You can fall from distances if you get into a cheeky situation. Right now, Juice Fatty, I apologize, in a skirmish of their own right now, built all the way up to the sky. And when you have a good aim, especially on that heavy sniper, great things can happen and go their way. Full action, I apologize.
Yeah, and you heard the boogie bomb. That honestly, I'm still surprised that hasn't been made into a brag yet, and we really need to make it into one. To see a boogie bomb limb. We have had 2 qualifiers, and we have yet to see one. So again, I'm really hoping we get to see that boogie bomb limb. We've seen a couple of attempts, but no one has been able to succeed yet.
Oh, absolutely. No one has been able to exceed. Of course, you remember last time they were this close for it to happen, but it didn't pop off. Juice Fatty, though, right now a retail role, just trying to play conservatively. They're well within the storm. Of course, this is the first storm you don't really necessarily have to worry about. Actually, they're just outside the storm. But of course, this is the first storm. That HP damage isn't that much. Only 1 HP per second. So you can take your time here and figure out what you want to do in this elimination, or in this skirmish, I apologize, Cap.
And now you see right now, I'm thinking that Juice Fatty has the advantage because, again, I'm a big fan of having the high ground. Shout out to Obi-Wan Kenobi, but I got to tell you right now, they could be at a disadvantage because look how quickly their opponent is making their way up, and it's going to come down on who has more materials. And you have to keep in mind, Juice Fatty still have yet to use any of their brick building material. They're sitting on 183, so if they need to, they can still build higher and higher up. But just knowing you have someone down low can make Juice Fatty a little nervous here. They're trying to use the modifications to find an opening, but not anything doing just yet.
And you have to realize, too, that they only have 27 construction plants left to their name, so they can only do so much. But luckily for them, at least they have that rip to go in their back pocket. They also have an unused grappler as well. Plenty of plan Bs to get out of this way in case the skirmish doesn't go their way. They're just going to have to make sure they don't accidentally trap themselves into a corner, because it looks like their opponent really came to play.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I'm getting nervous for Juice Fatty right now because they're down low, and I'm here thinking, what are they plotting? They got to be up to something down there. They got to be up to no good. And I mean, look at this. You got LX Araby currently just down low, waiting with that pump shotty. And I got to tell you something about the pump shotty. It doesn't matter if it's white, green, blue, orange, whatever. The pump shotty is always dangerous. Honestly, this is a weapon that you cannot sleep on, and they are just waiting for that opportunity. Meanwhile, you still got Juice Fatty, who's not even going to give them the chance and not giving them the light of day. They're not going to risk it for the biscuit, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, look at that. Juice Fatty also doesn't have full shield, so they're definitely not in the best spot to go to. And now Juice Fatty has found another opponent. This could actually go well for Lexer, who's lurking below if they decide to get aggressive with it. Because when you have a situation in which the person that you are chasing is distracted, it gives you all the more reason to go ahead and be aggressive. But as we talk about that circle closing on in, how will these players play this? And Juice Fatty going ahead and using their rift, not wanting any bit of that damage that you get from the first storm. I say they could have stuck it out, but why not play it safe? Again, position points mean so much more in this tournament.
And you also got to keep in mind, they had a player underneath them. They had a player in front of them. They did not want to get pinched. So at the end of the day, you got to keep in mind that at least in this qualifier, the placement points go a much longer way than just some pesky EP. And don't get me wrong, I am definitely more of a frag heavy type of guy myself. I love going for the eliminations. I love seeing the firefights. That is, to me, is my favorite. But at the end of the day, you got to look to trying to qualify to moving forward. And not to mention, there is a nice chunk of change for whoever comes out in the top 3 today.
Oh, yeah, and as we see right now in the chat, people are getting frosty with it. We got a Chiefs fan who's probably excited. They can go ahead and funnel right on this tournament and not have to worry about their team going at it this week. Cosmic Frosty, there's someone that they want to see. Also, we have a lot of J Swiggy fans going on as well, so we'll see how both of these players do as we start to approach, again, the closing of the second storm. No one loves KY. Well, guess what? They're going against each other right now. We'll see how much love is lost as they go aggressively towards the battle. They want that smoke, and they want it now, and they're going to get it, Cap.
Yeah, honestly, what's my favorite thing about these qualifiers that we have been seeing is how many deadly bushes there are out there. And right now, no one loves KI. Looking like a very dangerous bush indeed. They are just working their way around their opponent, trying to find an opening to get this first limb. And sure enough, they're going to be using that pump shoddy, trying to create an opening here. The modifications literally coming from every which way. They still can't find that opening. And when they do, a door gets slammed in their face, but hold the phone. No one loves KI. Able to put an end to Idules was here. What a shot and what a skirmish to start things off for No One Loves KY.
And really, was that a skirmish or was that a one-sided smackdown right there? KY wanted the smoke, and we understand why. Was very aggressive. Their first peek at their opponent. It didn't matter if they were falling down. They go ahead and find that pot shot to go ahead with that pump and knock out their opponent. I'm not sure if their opponent even had shields. It was so much of a decisive win. Very quick. We're going back to who we saw and started with Cromsy right now. Got a cheeky play the first time. Now going against another opponent right now. Accidentally ran into a rift. I'm not sure if they expected that, but right now they're hot in their trail for whoever they were chasing before prior to Cap.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of that, and it could be a double-edged sword. Need I mind you, of course you want to try and get as many elimination points as possible, but it's whenever you try and chase those eliminations that can land you in some hot water, because then you might be on the receiving end of that damage. Now you can see already a fort has been made, but look at this Cromsy getting behind their opponent to get a cheeky shot in. Now 2. As the building fortifications go higher and higher, looking for an opening here. Cromsy in a pretty good position, and it was another rift out.
And you know what? I'm not sure if it's smart for you to be using your rifts this earlier on. Of course, you want to make sure that you are in it. At 18, of course, you're guaranteed some qualification points, placement points, I apologize. But right now, Cromsy disqualifying whoever that was right out the chat. Good job right now. So far, our frag leader, at least on our eyes, doing a great job as Cromsy, getting 2 elims early on. 17 opponents left in this first heat.
Oh, absolutely. Cromsy able to get an elimination on tougher sauce, but apparently a little bit weak sauce, honestly. I mean, if you're not getting that sauce from McDonald's, it's going to be a little bit weak. You got to have that McDonald's sauce if you want to be a true tough sauce. So again, you just got to come correct when you're going up against Cromsy.
come on. If you're gonna come with that mumbo sauce, then I understand. That's respectable, battle. But if you're not gonna come with that, then I don't want to see it at all right now. Lexer right now, who we saw actually get into a skirmish just outside the circle right now, just inside the circle. Somebody below them or above them, I apologize. So same situation that we saw from them, just in a different way. Lexer really playing safe right now. It's interesting, right? They're kind of aggressively being conservative. They're around somebody and they have the potential, of course, if things play out and they want to skirmish, they actually have the ability to go ahead and go eye to eye with someone. But right now they're playing very conservative, always in the area, but not making a move until somebody engages with them.
Yeah, and again, they're playing towards the outside here. And you know what? I got to be honest. They're going for a couple of these cheeky cross-map shots, but they need to worry about the opponent that's directly in front of them. And also keep in mind that their AR weapon, that Scar, is looking pretty low on the ammunition. So they're going to have to play wisely. But they do have a lot of shields in their back pocket. I mean, they got 350 shields. They got a chug to boot. And they're sitting at full shields and full health. So right now, they are in a better position than most.
Yeah, very much so. But right now, in a precarious situation, trying to go at it again. This is the position that they put themselves into, only being aggressive when somebody's aggressive their way. This is exactly what they asked for. Seems like they're going against somebody else who's also rocking the shotty right here, going ahead and getting full shields. Now we're going to get that engagement again right now. A little bit of peek right now, building up, destroying that wall right there. Ooh, half planted walls going all over the place right here. Grappling is happening. Good shot right there. A heck of a skirmish. Lexer right now not in great position.
And they're running out of materials as well. They're going to have to start resorting to using the steel. And they're running out, and eventually they will be gunned down. LX Araby will be eliminated by Neb Jammin.
Yeah, and Neb Jammin right now, unfortunately, also in another skirmish that somebody said, hey, let me go ahead and third party this. Luckily, they have all of the drop materials. The other person has it right there. And unfortunately for them, as they were trying to loot up, they ended up getting wrecked right there from It's Wrecked. So heck of a play right there from Namja, but unfortunately ended up getting packed out at the end.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, I mean, I wasn't really sure who threw down the spike trap just now, but it seemed like it came out in a little bit of a panic. I mean, it just came out of nowhere. Regardless, that's gonna go to It's Wrecked. That elimination, as well as all of the loot that dropped with it. And now we're switching over to a G-Dog Gaming over here towards Tilted Towers. And look, they got a little bit of company over here.
Oh, they do have a lot of bit of company. 3 opponents right now all around each other. Of course, just outside that storm, it's usually that third, fourth storm where things start to get spicy. And right now, as all of these opponents converge on one another, ooh, exciting things are bound to happen. Right now, it looks like everyone is just barely in the storm. But of course, they're right next to each other, actually right on top of each other. So things are bound to pop up sooner rather than later. G-Dog, though, at least look at what they have right here. They have 6 smalls and they have that Chugster as well. At least they'll be in a good position if they get into a skirmish.
Oh, look at this. Look at the modifications. Again, just making that small window just to get that one pop shot off. And that's really all they needed. And right now you can see they are going to pop just a small mini just to get them back up at 50 as the exchanges are now being made and all of G-Dog's Gaming's fortifications are being destroyed. They have to drop down and now they've given up position. They have given up the high ground.
Oh yeah, they have given up position, the high ground. Right now they are playing on the defensive. They do have that grappler to get out of dodge, but right now they need to dodge all the shots that's coming their way. Unfortunately for them, they've lost over almost all of their shields going into this battle right here. At least they're still keeping up with them, and they have those smalls as that backup. But right now, their opponent's just been getting those pot shots a lot more accurately, Cap.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't tried to go for the mini, but this is interesting. Why? I have no idea why they're going to try and pop the Chug Jug right now. I mean, yes, you do want to get 100% shields. That is definitely something you want to go for, but, you know, I feel like they had enough time. They could have relied on the minis just a little bit more, and again, that Chug Jug takes, what, like 30 seconds just to get down 15, respectively. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but still, it's dangerous. You got to be careful with that big old Chug Jug.
Yeah, it might as well be 30, as you see right here. Now they're finally going against each other. Luckily, no one loves KY. Also needs to heal up, but it doesn't matter. No one comes. KI comes in clutch right here. But now they have to deal with another opponent. 4 opponents were around them before. Fortunately for one of them, they ended up leaving, but right now they're in a skirmish of their own. The circle is closing. The third partier decides to leave and head towards the circle, but my goodness, what an exchange of play as we're seeing. We are now in the 4th circle, and we have another set of opponents who are right next to each other, but they are playing it cautiously.
Oh man, and we just switched off of Seth. And I wanted to, that's all right, that's okay. We got Cosmic Frosty. Just know I'm gonna talk about Seth later because again, they were using a very interesting skin and I wanted to do a little bit of nerd trivia, but that's okay. Let's get back to the action. Cosmic Frosty on the receiving end of a little bit of damage has to switch out to the sniper and play outside of the ring here, but it did look like their opponent has rifted away to avoid the danger.
Yeah, definitely has rifted away, and now as we approach, this is a circle where it starts to hurt 5 damage per second. So right now, all these gamers being smart and going ahead and making sure they survive another day. I think Cosmic Frosty also needs to be looking at the fact that they only have 102 construction plans to their name. They're going to want to build, especially as we get towards the end. 10 players in such a small circle. This is where things heat up, but this is also where it matters so much to make sure you have the materials in order to survive. These fortifications in these last couple storms not only help you going against opponents, but also just navigation wise.
Yeah, this is going to get a little heated because look where this ring is positioning. It's literally right in a valley right outside of Tilted Towers. So again, there's really not any fortifications, no building. And all the players that are positioning themselves up on these mountains, just like Chromesy, they're going to have a pretty good advantage for now. But as soon as that storm starts to move in, it's going to start to get a little dangerous. They're going to have to make the most of that high ground positioning now before they no longer have it.
And you talk about bush tactics right here. You don't need to actually get the bush in order to hide in it. Cosmic Frosty says, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to position myself right outside that circle until I need to move. And then I will. As you see, an opponent is clearly building above them, making sure that they're fine. They said, you know what? I'm just going to play it safe, get my positioning points. Because again, as I said, Cap, those matter a lot more, add up a lot more than eliminations do, especially because Cosmic actually doesn't have any eliminations right now. Staying in the game as long as possible will actually help them out further than going after Vita Limbs will.
Yeah, and now you can see Creator Blues is going to have to rift out. They are not looking too good right now. I mean, they are really low. One shot now is all it's going to take to put them in the dirt, get them eliminated as they are barely holding on. 3 health to their name. All they have are minis. They're just going to have to pop them really, really quickly. There's no shot as Creator Blues will be eliminated by none other than Chromesy, who's going to get that elimination. Now 3 to their name, and they got a nice little crown.
Yeah, you said they're going to have to pop it off super quick. Instead, they got popped super quick right now. Crumbly are going ahead. The leader, the frag leader, that's why they're going ahead and getting that yellow glow on their head. They're feeling themselves right now. They have the mobility weapon that we talked about. Of course, that is that grappler. They also have a healthy amount of fortifications to go around as well. No one loves KI right now at a nice number, 69. But unfortunately for them, they don't have a lot to their name. Luckily, they do have that grappler. And look at that. Something that we haven't seen right now has recently been unvaulted is the grapple glove. If I were them, I would definitely go for the grapple glove over the grappler. I feel like that grapple glove just has a little bit more distance for them, and that's exactly what they go ahead and they do. That grapple glove can come in clutch, especially because they don't have a lot of materials to their name.
And here I thought those were the web shooters. I mean, they work essentially the same, I assume, but regardless, yeah, the grapple glove is going to be top notch. Not to mention having this legendary rocket launcher. My goodness, this is going to do so much damage, and especially when you're trying to go up against players that are just continually building fortifications. This can literally take them all down, but it looks like they are not being conservative with their ammo. They're just popping those shots right on off.
Popping them off, and we'll see what happens as we get 7 opponents left into storm number 6. This is an interesting spot right here. You know, we actually did see an elimination from it. Not using that Rift Herald too soon because you don't want to be in a precarious situation like Juice Fatty is. But again, if you use it too soon, people can just make those pot shots at you, and then you can be in a dangerous position. So you have to really know when to use those risks. Right now, Juice Fatty doing a good job just holding on to it, even though they look like they're in danger right now. Whoever they're going against, Seth right now, playing more conservatively. But they better get a little bit more aggressive with it. They only have 24 plants to their name and no mobility weapons.
Yeah, and you know what? This is the moment I wanted to take real quick for Seth here. You know what, Boardy McBoard, I want to ask you, do you know what character skin this is? Do you know their name? Seth?
This is Princess Leia, right? Is that Princess Leia?
No.
Is that not? No, my gosh, is it Star Wars related?
It is.
Okay, well, I've never watched Star Wars if it wasn't obvious. All I got is Princess Leia.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to leave that one up for the chat. Chat, let us know in chat if you know who that character is that was on Seth. Seth is using a Star Wars character that is not Princess Leia. Let's see who's going to be able to answer that. But in the meantime, let's see who's going to be able to come out on top. Here in heat number 1, we got a Solaris, or a Solar Ice Hawk, currently staying alive here inside of their own fortifications, and I don't even think anybody else really knows that they're there. As you can see, KY down low still has that rocket launcher, and I think has actually found some additional ammunition. They still got 10 rockets.
Oh, yes, they do. Right now, they're making those clusters go off right now. That's it. That's a huge thing right there. Those key bombs, go ahead and make sure you can get on those fortifications. They're in a skirmish right now, going at it, and it looks like No One Loves KY actually had the position advantage, but unfortunately, they could not get their shots to go down. Iconic Kinade going ahead and getting it done right there. Excellent job. Didn't have the position advantage, but at least made sure they got their shots to go down.
And now take a look at this, another one, the 3rd week in a row. We have just had the solo color gray skin suit that, again, in those previous qualifiers reigned supreme. Let's see if that's going to be the trend now as well, to see if they can hold on here. As you can see, that 7th storm should be moving along very soon. Meanwhile, you do have Matt 28 still holding their own here, and now you can see it is starting to shift over. And just under 30 seconds, they're going to have to try and stay alive as the storm continues to move forward.
Yeah, this is the time where you really see those builders make sure that they can go ahead and get to the next storm location without taking damage. But unfortunately, Cromsey running into some damage right now, some heat to their own. That's where you really have those nice, and there you go, getting an elimination. Unfortunately, that's due to the storm. Juice Fatty ended up getting knocked out. This is the perfect time that we really want to pop off those rift to goes right here. Everybody just trying to make sure that they can get to the next storm. They're not paying attention to you. You don't end up getting shot out in the air and getting into a precarious spot right now. Seth using, it looked like they were going and go ahead. They used it. They popped it off. Go ahead and use that campfire. But instead of going towards and getting that HP, instead they're just going to stand still. Matt 28 right now going at their fortification, getting Seth out the sky. A couple of duck hut eliminations. We've seen another one right here, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, that's really the kind of downside of trying to build up high, especially this late in the game, is that when somebody just gets rid of one of those platforms, the whole construction, the whole fortification comes down, and Seth was relying up high, but eventually, just like Seth, both Matt and Cromsey will fall, and it will be Solar Ice Hawk to come away with the win, and will be the last player standing. They're going to get the victory royale there for heat number 1.
That's got to be a feels bad man situation for Seth. Got that elimination, and not Seth, I apologize, for that player that we saw right there in that monochrome suit. It looked like they had an opportunity to go ahead and at least get into that next circle, get into that next skirmish, but unfortunately, they fell from up above. Sometimes Fortnite is good to you, sometimes it's bad, and unfortunately, they made a not so excellent play. But it's time to see these excellent highlights. We saw some excellent play overall, Captain, and now let's revel in it. Of course, starting off with who was our frag leader. Looked like Cromsey right there, getting the first elimination.
Yeah, and honestly, it was getting pretty close between them and KY, because KY also had a good amount of eliminations. I want to say 4 at least the last time that we saw them before they themselves were eliminated. But yeah, Chromesy was popping off, without a doubt. I mean, and they also made it, I want to say, to the podium. It looked like they were one of the last ones eliminated. And then also we got to see just some fantastic building as well. Again, I think this one is a little bit more building-oriented than the other qualifiers we have had so far. I mean, the other quals, don't get me wrong, they had a lot of building, but I think this one here is really where the matches were being made, is a lot of these building matches, and we've even seen some of our players just run out of materials, and that's what led to their eliminations.
Oh yeah, we talk about it all the time. It was very evident our last qualifier. This one, it's seeming to be even more relevant and more prevalent. It's about making sure you have materials going on into the end. Luckily, they do have that grapple gun. They do have the shockwaves. It's a little bit easier to make sure that you have mobility, but of course, you want to make sure that you have some things in your back pocket if you get stuck in a bad position. And speaking about making sure you have some good things in your back pocket, make sure you're going ahead and you're downloading the McDonald's app to make sure that you use whatever's in your back pocket to secure the goods. That is none other than some McChickens, some fries, some good old Coca-Cola. And you know what? I've talked a little bit about it. Let's see a little bit about it. I'm Boarding Ford. That's Captain Atsoka. We're going to break, and we're going to show you some excellent things that McDonald's has on their table. See you soon.
Yes! McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Okay. McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Okay.
Back at it again, Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite presented by Coca-Cola, and we saw a lot of interesting play, Captain Atsoka here. Of course, we saw some excellent fraggers, but ultimately, I'm assuming this next leaderboard, we're probably going to see, of course, none other than the placement positions really factor on, especially early on in the season.
Yeah, I mean, again, we definitely did have some frag-worthy competitors again, but unfortunately, for players like KY, you know, they did manage to get, I want to say, at least 4 eliminations, maybe 5, but they didn't really get the place too high. So again, they're going to be on the board, but they're not going to be at the tippy top. Again, you got to get those victory royales. Those are going to be worth around 25 points apiece. So again, that's where your true victories are going to lie. It's going to rely in the victory royales. It's going to rely on the crowns. And without further ado, let's take a look at the leaderboard and how things are shaping up so far after heat number 1, and it looks like Solar Ice Hawk from Oklahoma University is going to be able to take that number 1 spot. And look, they only had 1 elimination to their name, but they're still able to take the top spot because, again, that first place spot will land you 25 points.
Oh, yeah, it's Boomer Sooner right now, as you see right here in the top 10 alone. 3 Sooners going ahead and walking away right here. Of course, none other than Solar Ice Hawk. We have No One Loves KY, and of course, we have Creator Blues as well. But also, too, Kansas State University having some representation, at least a little bit lower on. You have Chronicle Cadence and also, too, Chronic Coco. It looks like they have a little bit of a name going on here, naming scheme, at least for the KSU Jaybirds.
And I gotta tell you, this is already starting to shape up pretty nicely. Again, I'm gonna be watching out for Chromesy. Again, you know, I was thinking that they were gonna be the top frag, but they also, again, they finished podium. They finished in that top 3, so they have the elimination points plus their placement points. But again, also, you want to keep an eye out for KY. KY didn't make it to the podium, but they're still currently in that top 5 position because of their elimination points. They are currently the top frag, so be sure to keep an eye out for No One Loves KY from the University of Oklahoma as we get ready to head into heat number 2.
And Jay Swiggy getting tons of love right now in the chat. Shout out to Mackenzie and, of course, Alyssa as well. You also have VZ going ahead and shouting out Jay Swiggy. Of course, it looks like Kansas State University is hoping for a lot of their players to go ahead and shoot up onto these rankings. Jay Swiggy right now at the 15th spot. I'm thinking that Alyssa, Mackenzie, and VZ also want to make sure that they climb up into these charts. But Cap, you also let a little bit, do a little bit of a preview. Of course, none other than Seth, who did a great job, Matt doing it as well, but Cromsey, I'm wondering if they can go ahead and stick around to, these elimination points. They don't really mean a lot early on, but of course, as we go towards the end, all of these things keep on adding up, especially when you add on the placement as well. If they keep good positioning and placement, they can go ahead and they could leapfrog whoever is at the top, but of course, they have to stay consistent, Cap.
Again, it's the balance of both that really matters, because again, you look at last week with players like Willie B, not only were they getting the number 1 spot in the victory royales, but they had the eliminations to back it up. They dropped a 20 bomb on top of getting 3 victory royales. So by the end of the 5th heat, they were untouchable. No one was coming close to Willie B's spot. So again, you have to really find that balance between both. They weren't like top fragging every single heat. They were just getting eliminations here and there, being able to hold their own in these firefights, and then that eventually started to snowball and just add on to the points overall until they were just too far gone and out of reach. But now, addressing the chat here, clearly they got their fandoms, they're picking their favorites. By all means, go ahead and put on for your team, for your school, whatever you have, but at the same time, don't forget to put your brag bucks where your mouth is. You gotta go to app.braghouse.com, put the brag bucks on the table, and make your predictions. Again, right now, we got a competitor from which school will be placed the highest in Oklahoma and Kansas qualifier. Is it going to be University of Kansas? Are we going to see Highland Community? Or are we going to see College Bethany? Again, there's just so many different brags that are going on right now. And then also competitors from which school will average more eliminations in this qualifier. We got Highland Community College, Oklahoma City Community College, and a few more out there. We got Wichita. Again, there's just a lot. There's
Yeah.
a lot going on. A lot of predictions that need to be made. So if you're popping off in the chat, well, time to put your mouth where the brag bucks are. You gotta go onto the app and start making these predictions.
And you know what? We've seen a lot of noise, at least earlier on in the leaderboard, from Oklahoma City Community College. So maybe that might be a safe prediction to make. I'm not sure. Make sure you're going to app.braghouse.com, going ahead and making those predictions, and go ahead and make sure you hit exclamation point raffle. All of these add up to give you a shot of earning a lot of this merch that we're giving out today. It's not only the gamers that are winning, also by watching and supporting some of the players that you're seeing here on the screen. You could also win a couple of merch items. Again, make sure when you download that McDonald's app that you also know that you are also making yourself eligible for even more items. So plenty of ways to win. Snorchan, we hadn't seen them, at least on the leaderboards, at least earlier on in this matchup. But let's see if they can go ahead and qualify later on. You know, all it takes is maybe like a top 10 finish for you to maybe turn your luck around. You never know what might happen. Neb Jammin', they got the turntables forced onto them the last time, winning a pot shot opportunity in a building skirmish and ended up getting packed out the same way. They might end up meeting the same fate as they are already in a battle. Neb Jammin' going at it earlier on. This is not something, especially when you're just establishing yourself, that you really want to see if you're Neb Jammin'.
Yeah, and right now they're gonna, well, they're gonna be eliminated early here at Shifty Shafts, and I gotta tell you, this was a pretty good POI to start off, and of course, no big surprise. That's No One Loves KY coming in with the first elimination here, and again, they waste no time. You gotta remember, this is the top frag from the first heat. They were no stranger to playing extraordinarily aggressive, choosing firefights over anything else, and winning most of them. So again, honestly, it just felt like an unfortunate POI pick for Jammin' just then and there.
Yeah, and you know, earlier on, you don't expect, you know, we talk about this is not like the full Fortnite lobbies. You don't have players who are stacked on top of each other a lot of times in these POIs. So sometimes you can get a little bit comfortable and not expect somebody to be breathing down your neck. Unfortunately, Neb Jammin' got a little bit too comfortable, and No One Loves KY coming out of nowhere right now. The Harmistice right now, making sure that they can go ahead and establish themselves, walking away from somebody else who is in their POI right now, sandwiched between Lazy Links and Junction. Pleasant Park also has none other than our winner that we saw last game, Matt 28. Well, I apologize, second place leader right there. But I have to go ahead and shout out, you know, Matt is one of our stars. Stars play. Shouting out the casters. You know, sometimes we don't get love, but when we do, I'm always going to shout you out. Stars play saying, W Captain Ahsoka, W Bordy. Both casters are a W. No, Stars, you're a W for showing up, supporting on, and having some fun here.
Oh yeah, that's just the one and only Stars Plays. Big shout out to Stars. Thank you for showing love in the chat. We appreciate you as we continue on here in the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. And already you can see a lot of different POIs. Again, Pleasant Park has always been one of my favorites, even from the OG. Speaking of, you know, again, we're back at the OG. So again, I love this POI. I'm still just waiting for these two to pop off because honestly, it's inevitable. Both of these players, they're going to have to try and contest for the rest of this point of interest. As you can see, that storm will begin to shrink in less than 4 minutes. Right now, this is just going to be about scavenging, trying to find as many resources as possible, so that way when that fight eventually does come underway, you're going to be better prepared.
I just want to point out a little bit of musicality that was going Cap's way. You know, it had some bars over there. You need some rest to make sure you get to the next, like going ahead and spitting right here, some rhymes. But then also too, when he called out Stars, he went all the way into that death screamo. Oh,
no, that's Nemesis.
I like that.
That's Nemesis from Resident Evil.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the Stars. So you're shouting out Stars. Okay, that makes sense. Shouting out the Stars crew. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, we have a Resident Evil pack here in Fortnite. Mm-hmm. They got Jill Valentine. They got Chris Redfield. We got Claire Redfield. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I'm just saying, you know, Jill Valentine, they got a 1v1 against Nemesis, and they won. And what does Nemesis say? Stars. Stars.
I love it. So a little bit of references going on right here. Arctic pick the Kitsune go ahead and playing right here. As you're seeing, you have none other than the AR to your name. You have that purple pump. You also have that good old long-range sniper to their name, grenade launcher. That'll come up a little bit clutch, especially as we go towards these fortifications in the mid-rounds. Arctic Kitsune wants to make sure that they go ahead and get a traversal weapon probably to their name, but right now sitting pretty and also sitting pretty close to another opponent. Looks like they might not meet each other's way though, as it seems that the Arctic Kitsune is just going to go ahead and go away, find some other loot right now on the board.
And you know what? We had another player not too long ago who had the same name, Kitsune, and I guess I was mistaken when I pronounced it Kitsune, but I'm wondering if this player also pronounces it Kitsune or Kitsune. I don't know. That's like the anime nerd in me just sees Kitsune and automatically is like Kitsune, but regardless, you know, it's interesting to see that we have two players with Kitsune in their name. It's just extraordinary. Two different regions, but yet two Kitsunes.
Shout out to Shippo. That's my favorite. When I think of Kitsune, I know most people think of Naruto, but I'm gonna go ahead and shout out Shippo from Inuyasha every single time talking about weebs. It's wrecked right now. You saw it got wrecked, unfortunately, in a battle skirmish later on, probably in those mid-levels. So unfortunately for them, they are not placed. Oh, actually, they are placed on the leaderboard right now at the 10th spot. They're going to want to make sure they stack it because, especially when you have such a packed lobby, unlike these last couple of qualifications, that means that you could easily find your way on the outside looking in if you don't stack up some good placements right now. At least Rex has those healing items to their name, but they're going to want to make sure that they stack up because they're in for some fierce competition later on, and it's actually heading towards them. It's a sandwich between three people right now at Tomato Temple.
Yeah, and right now they're just trying to forge as much as they can, and again, they're going to need all those resources because unfortunately, if I'm capping, say captain's capping, but I'm pretty sure it's wrecked. Also was looking pretty low when it came to resources there in that first skirmish back in qualifier, or rather heat number 1, and it looked like they were in a worse for wear when it came to building materials. So again, they're gonna want to try and get as many building materials as they can, so when they do find themselves in an eventual firefight, or rather, I mean these days it's more of a building fight than anything else, that they're gonna have some building materials in order to last. I.e., you know, might as well just be called building ammo at this point.
Oh, absolutely right. But you've seen the building actually matters so much as you get towards the end. So honestly, resources definitely something you should look out for. Lexer probably doesn't need to as much. You have, of course, the Golden Fortress right now to their name. But unfortunately for them, if they go ahead and pop that off, that's a big target that they have on their back. So it's going to be interesting to see if they go ahead and keep that. There's always a question as to whether or not you should use it. Sticks out way more than the bunker. But Lexer right now, right here at Greasy, we talked about it, Cap. Greasy is one of our favorite places to hang out with. Doesn't look like we're going to see a skirmish go off or pop off, as it seems like both of these gamers just outside of each other's reach. But hey, some interesting things are always bound to happen as we head towards Greasy.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know why this isn't a more contended POI. I love Greasy Groove. There's a lot going on here, you know, and again, they got a lot of resources to be had. Again, they got some bricks, they got some steel, and now we can see, thanks to the elimination feed, that Chromzy is going to be able to find their first elimination on the board, and it was none other than Nightwolf who was on the receiving end, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Chromzy took out Nightwolf last heat too.
Was that the first EP that we saw from this game? It probably was. Right now, we haven't seen a lot of Trento, so this is our first time seeing them. Right now, getting point blank right now into a skirmish with Sauce. Somebody who we also didn't see a lot from last game as well. Trento going ahead and doing the teabag. It's a go ahead, secure it. Their elimination point, but right now their fortification is getting knocked away as a sneaky bush comes out of nowhere and decides, hey, I want a little bit of piece of this skirmish going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Trento, again, being able to get their first elimination point on Tougher Sauce, which, again, you might be some Tougher Sauce, but you're no sweet and spicy jam, and you're no Mambo sauce either. You know, you got to get a little bit tougher if you want to hang in this Golden Royale Cup. I mean, let's keep it correct. You know, you got to have the right sauce if you're going to be bringing it to this Battle Royale. Meanwhile, Trento, again, still hanging on, and if I'm not mistaken, being chased right now, or is in close proximity to someone who's just right above them. They are on top of each other, and it's G-Dog Gaming.
Yeah, G-Dog Gaming right now was about to get into something heated, but unluckily for them, they can't go ahead and secure that EP. It looks like they had the advantage, at least tactically, position-wise, when it comes to whoever they're going against. But luckily for their opponent, they're going to go ahead and rift out. And this is one of the perfect times you want to use that rift earlier on or late in the game, so you make sure you're not getting hot-shotted away right now. Lexer was actually, I believe, one of the people that unfortunately ended up taking on a lot of damage from some of these pot shots. But right now, they're going to a skirmish of their own against that dastardly bush that we saw earlier on. That bush is building its way up, and right now, just in great position, bush off, and now their opponent is off the map. No one loves KY coming out here wearing the Jordans, rocking it right now on their back, and getting it done from above like Jordan would too.
Yeah, and you also got to keep in mind is that they were currently and are currently number 5th in the leaderboards. And already, I mean, only Storm number 2 is encroaching at this point. It's only round number 2 so far in heat number 2. And right now, I mean, no one loves KY is top fragging with 3 eliminations, and we've only gone through two storms.
Only gone through 2 more storms, but as we're closing out the second storm, the third storm is going to be looming. 20 players right now left on the map right here. This is the last position that we've seen Arctic Kitsune in, and right now they know that they're going to have to move, but unfortunately for them, they're kind of not in a great space. They're right side outside of the circle. Of course, the third storm just established themselves. They don't have to move immediately, but they have to realize that they don't have those traversal items to their name. They're going to have to use a little bit of their material if they're going to want to get to that next storm. But again, third storm already established itself. Speaking of 3, right now, no one loves KY. 3 eliminations to their name. 3 pots to their name as well, and also having the smalls as well. I think that'll bode well for them later on into this matchup, Cap.
And you know what's really interesting to me is that they decided to use the blue LMG, and to be honest, I haven't seen many LMGs being used in any of the qualifiers between 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. So again, it's interesting that, you know, that our top frag here in qualifier number 3 is going to be using that blue LMG, and now we got Solar Icehawk, who was actually the winner of heat number 1, has already gotten a victory royale and the crown to boot, as now they find themselves in a 1v1 against the top frag here in this qualifier.
Speaking of rocking that LMG, of course I have to mention it too. Duckworth has a lot of fans right now in the chat. So of course, you guys keep on repping all of your peoples, because you guys are doing a great job at doing it. Solar Icehawk not in a great position right now, and they are getting pot shotted right now, trying to build their way away from it. Doesn't look like they like their positioning right now, so I think that's why they're running away from the danger. We saw them take it on last game, but right now they're just trying to make sure, I guess, they can have a good frame of reference of where their player is before they go ahead and engage. And right now they just want to reestablish themselves entirely and run away from that battle.
Oh, I mean, not just the battle, but they're also running away from the storm. That storm was moving in. As you can see, round 3 is underway. And luckily for Solar Icehawk, and of course, you know, no one loves KY, is that they're on the slow approach side of the storm. This storm is going to take forever to fully move in. So they got more than enough time to get inside of the safe, get inside of the ring, and make sure they don't take any of that additional damage. Because granted, you can survive and you could fight it out in a storm in round 3, but at the same time, you don't want to give away any damage for free either. So again, you can survive it, but it's not really something that you really want to do unless you really have to.
No, absolutely. You want to play it safe, especially as we approach these storms that start to hurt a little bit more. Right now, it's not hurting right now, and it's great in its phase at the moment. So Solar Ice Hawk doing their thing and just making sure that they're building their materials. They do have that grappler, so they do have mobility. But again, especially in those later storms, materials matter so much, and it's not even necessarily all the materials you have in those 400 300 slots, but also the amount of plans that you have as well. Speaking of plans, Matt has plans of making sure that they're at the top of the leaderboard again, but unfortunately for them, they are receiving a lot of damage, and unfortunately, as soon as they try to build their campfire, oh no, we're not relaxing at all. Cromsy comes out of nowhere and decides, I want that EP. Give me my money. Cromsy doing their thing again in this matchup.
Oh, that was a fantastic elimination. Like you said, they tried to get the campfire down, but Cromsy from down low just took the floor from underneath them, and they fell right into Cromsy's crosshairs in that elimination. That was a cheeky play. That one's got to go in the highlight reel.
Absolutely gonna be in the highlight reel, and I just want to highlight some of the delicious meals that you can get from none other than McDonald's. Go ahead and make sure that you're downloading the McDonald's app. Recipients of the app have an opportunity to get some golden Royale tokens, 10 of them their way if they go ahead and download this app. Make sure that you're going ahead and getting some delivery your way. You don't want to miss this exciting Fortnite action. Go ahead, deliver the fun, deliver some of this excellent food that McDonald's has. Go ahead and make sure you download that McDonald's app. Cromsy approaching their way to the fourth circle right here pretty early on, so going ahead and gaining that material. Looks like we have a skirmish popping off right now. EDU is here trying to educate whoever is below them, but right now they're stuck in a rock and a hard place. There are two opponents their way. They are not in the best positioning, or at least on the mini map, for those players, and that storm is starting to close in. This is where that DPS starts to hurt. Luckily, they have that rift, but this is also the rift where people also get pot shots on you if you decide to rift and glide across the map. So, interesting position for EDU. Cap.
Yeah, honestly, I'd rather be in this position than the one who just rifted, because now here we go. They had to force themselves into EDU's fortifications, who unfortunately just dropped down low, and they have given up the high ground. As you can see, that the trade will be coming in momentarily, and what looks to be poison of some sort has just gone off. Not sure what that was. At least I haven't seen it in quite some time. Meanwhile, I also do feel bad for Edu is here, because, I mean, they're not looking the best when it comes to weaponry. They do have the purple shotty, able to get at least one off on it. But other than that green submachine gun, they have to go with that gray AR for long range. But they're not gonna need it. All they need is that pump shotty to get that elimination. And Edu is here, able to hold on to their fortification and get some elimination points on top.
Yeah, that stink bomb does not matter at all. The gas does nothing. Instead, they smoke their opponent out right there. Excellent job. As soon as he said that you felt bad for them, Cap, they actually had a really cheeky half wall to go ahead and get a shot off, and they went ahead and won that firefight. So excellent job right there to make sure EDU can stay alive, especially because they didn't have the best positioning when we first saw where they were on the map. Dog Gaming right now also not in the best position, as you see that there's one gamer right there on their tail, and they have the grenade launcher too. So these fortifications might not matter. They're going to have to be aggressive. Comes hot with the grappler and the shotty. Oh yeah, we're about to see some fireworks, Cap.
Yeah, that we are. And you also got to keep in mind is that the storm is on their back, so they're going to have to move regardless. And time continuing to tick away. They got less than a minute to make a move here. And you know what? I really do feel bad for G-Dog in a lot of these scenarios, because I don't say this a lot, but I will say it here and now. I do feel like G-Dog has actually gotten unlucky. Like, honestly, anytime they go and try and get an elimination, or even just try to survive and hold their own, there's always somebody from the outside that is just dropping in damage on them. And again, it's just literally being at the wrong place in the wrong time. And like I said, I don't mention it often. I don't even like to use the word, but again, G-Dog has just been really unlucky so far.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, the tides have not been in their favor. Unfortunately, you talk about being unlucky. They tried to make a push towards the circle because they heard a skirmish happening. And guess what? As soon as they were making their way towards it, the person that was around them in the first place goes ahead and gets some shots onto them. Right now, not in a great spot. Feels bad, man. They're just going to hunker down into a good old rooftop and just play it safe. Right now, Cromsey playing anything but safe. And the winner from last time, Solar Icehawk, sticking in there, staying alive. This is where the storm really starts to hurt. So as we see, this fifth storm starts to shrink. This is where these gamers have to make these decisions about when they want to chase after, the crown, whether they want to chase after these opponents or whether they'd like to chase their positioning instead.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to Fortnite, when it comes to Battle Royales, I try not to chase at all, simply because, again, it can get you into difficulty, it can get you into trouble, and sometimes you don't want to put yourself in a detrimental position when you don't have to. So again, chasing, just be careful. The only person I've seen that could do it so far really is Willie B, and so far, no one loves KY. Other than that, I don't know. I don't know if you should go out trying to chase things down, because eventually those things might try and chase you.
Maybe that's why no one loves KY, because KY can always find a way to get their opponents, even if they are on the edge of the storm. Speaking about on the edge of the storm, Cosmic Frosty literally looking at it in its face. This storm is starting to shrink, and they are on the outside of the storm too, so they're definitely going to want to move, but definitely don't want to because there's so many opponents. 3 opponents right there on top of each other. Cosmic gonna have to find a way. Speaking of finding a way, Creator Blues did a great job last time of just getting into that leaderboard position. Right now, especially being one of the top 11 players, it looks like they're going to secure another spot possibly on the leaderboard. But right now, they are in a skirmish halfway across the map against a cheeky little bush right there. Let's see who might win the best of that, or even if they continue to exchange shots as we get closer and closer towards this final storm, or the moving storm. I apologize. This is where you have to really look about your materials and see whether or not it's worth it to engage so far away.
Yeah, and right now for Creative Blues, they have a weapon that I absolutely love. It's that purple hunting rifle. So accurate. I mean, whenever you see shots go on with this hunter rifle, they are just crispier than a McDonald's Sprite. You love to see this hunting rifle go to work here. As you can see right now, Creative Blues trying to find an opening as they do switch to the pump shotty. And that just hits harder than a quarter pounder with cheese, as again, they're going to be held up inside of their own fortifications. Meanwhile, you got Chronic working from the inside of their own fortifications, and they're going to have to find a way to get out. They do have that grappler, which could get them in some better positioning, but they are just being fired upon, and their fortifications constantly just being dwindled away until finally they had to use the Portafort.
Yeah, a grappler isn't going to get you out of that situation, but at least a Portafort can buy you a little bit more time. Chronic going ahead and making a smart cheeky play right there, but they have no more building material. They could go ahead and readjust what's already been built, but right now they are stuck in a rock and hard place. They do have that grappler, but can they grapple themselves out of a position on the ground floor right now? Not a lot of trees available to their disposal, because again, we are on the seventh storm, and that's where the space really isn't available. No one loves KY right now in a bush with 2 rifts to go. Right now has it equipped. This is a good position to be in, especially once the storm starts to move. As I said all the time, Cap, they're not worried about you. They're just worried about making it to the next storm. So we're probably going to see that for No One Loves KY.
Yeah, and I just have to point out that No One Loves KY currently already outperforming themselves from heat number 1, where they had 5 eliminations. This time around, they now have 6, and they have made it into the top 10, so their positioning looking pretty good as well. Unfortunately for Trento, I cannot say the same thing. They are on the receiving end of a lot of damage, and they are forced up on high as that storm will begin to move in just a short 30 seconds. Trento somehow, someway manages to hold on and get those mini shields back up to 50.
Yeah, that's why having the shockwave instead of the impulse means so much more. You don't have to worry about that fall damage, and you can go ahead and break through some of these forts right now. They're using it well, although they are taking a lot of HP as well, so not a good spot for them. Right now, you have somebody who's well without the storm. We're probably going to see an elimination tag right now soon, because this is where that storm seems to hurt so much. A lot of players are out. Juicy Fat got themselves out. Creator Blues is out right now, mostly due to the storm, although that's going to go ahead and give Chronic an EP point as well. This storm really seems to hurt right now, and Trento went ahead and used that mobility mobility weapons to their advantage. It means so very much, Cap.
Yeah, not only that, but it also means a lot to the leaderboard for every single one of these players right now, because their top spot, their number one from Heat 1 was eliminated. Remember, Solar Icehawk, who was number one on the leaderboard, was taken out by none other than No One Loves KY. So now this is going to leave a big opportunity for everyone still remaining to try and work their way up this leaderboard here in Heat number 2. As now you can see G-Dog trying to find their way into another elimination point. They drop down into someone else's fortifications and are sliding even further down still as the storm continues to move. G-Dog and the rest of this lobby are moving right along with it.
Oh, that's what I love so much about these storms moving, is that you have to get creative, especially Solar Icehawk right now, too. As you see another one, No One Loves KY, also out due to a skirmish, not even because of the storm, although I'm sure that the storm really contributed. Right now, we have a skirmish right now. Solar Icehawks alone in a battle with G-Dog Gaming. Who's going to be the top dog out of this one? G-Dog has done an excellent job using that grapple gun and using it effectively. That traversal has been such a huge factor in making sure that they're still in this one. Unfortunately for Solar Icehawk, though, they have no more grapple to their name. Right now, they're solely going to rely on their fortifications. But right now, I don't believe they have a lot of fortification plans to their name as well. So right now, they're just in a rock and a hard place, as G-Dog not only has the positioning advantage, but also has the health damage advantage, and also the traversal advantage as well.
Yeah, this isn't going to go good. I mean, Solar Icehawk already taking a lot of damage just from the storm, and now the bullets begin to rain down as they will be eliminated. And honestly, I was surprised they got that far. I thought Solar Icehawk had been eliminated way earlier at Pleasant Park, but now I remember they were able to get out of Dodge and avoid the danger and survive all the way into that number 2 spot until they are finally eliminated by G-Dog Gaming. G-Dog Gaming coming out on top with a victory royale, but at the same time, Solar Icehawk, who got the Heat number 1 victory royale, now just finished in 2nd place, and that's only a disparity of 3 extra points. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Solar Icehawk still on top once we get all of these points calculated. And you know what, this still should have a massive effect on the leaderboard,
especially because we don't know where Maddie 28 was eliminated. So we'll see what happens with that leaderboard. Right now, we have to see what just happened in that excellent matchup. Again, excellent job from some of our regulars, as you see right there. I believe that was No One Loves KY that went ahead and got that elimination. I was really impressed with a lot of that late game navigation that Trento did, but of course it was G-Dog that had that excellent navigation. It's so hard with the grappler, right? Because it's so hard with the grapple gun, because unlike with the grapple hands and grappler, where you can go ahead, they automatically find you somewhere that you can hold on to. Unfortunately for G-Dog, they had to go outside the storm that really hurts, in order to make sure that they could secure their victory. They did it excellently, and it's that navigation skill. So you're seeing a little bit from Trento, but obviously you're going to see it from G-Dog as we get further along into these highlights. That's where things matter so much. Again, not a lot of building materials to Solar Icehawk's name. On the other side, not only do you have the positioning from up top, not only do you still have grapples to your name, but you also make sure to have the aim that is true. Again, sometimes you can be caught into a bad spot, unfortunately, at the ends of these heats, and that's exactly what unfortunately happened to Solar Icehawk, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, we were even talking about G-Dog Gaming earlier on because it just felt like they kept getting so unlucky, being at the wrong place at the wrong time over and over and over again. So you know they did not just get this victory royale just by a fortuitous circumstance. No, they had to earn this victory royale. It was long overdue. We could see that they were playing phenomenally well, and eventually they were able to just avoid the danger. Even though nothing was falling in place for them, they still managed to persevere and come on top. So a well-deserved win there for a G-Dog Gaming. But with that being said, you know, I gotta say, we're getting ready to head to our next break before we come back to heat number 3, and it's a perfect opportunity again for you to download that McDonald's app. And you know what, you might as well go ahead and get the blue raspberry freeze, because I'm pretty sure that's what a Chug Jug tastes like. I'm nearly certain it's going to taste like that blue raspberry freeze. So again, be sure to download the McDonald's app, get that blue raspberry freeze, and get your own taste of a Chug Jug. But with that being said, we are getting ready to take a break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more of the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola, right after this.
Yes! McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Okay.
We are here and we are feeling golden. And why? Because we're here for the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. I'm Borden with Board. That's Captain Atsoka. We saw 2 games already, and we are headed to our 3rd heat. But of course, we have to mention some of these gamers who have been heating up on their way towards this grand finals. Again, the grand finals will be the 18th. But why not make sure your 6 are under you now? And some of these gamers are already proven that, hey, they know what they're doing, and they're doing pretty well, Cap.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we are looking at the leaderboard right now, and I got to say, things are getting pretty hot and competitive. And right now, some of these players right now are just spicier than a spicy McChicken from McDonald's off the McDonald's app. They are absolutely going nuts on the leaderboard. Specifically, I got to point out No One Loves KY. Currently still the top frag with 12 eliminations. Their only shortcoming is the placement points. They got 33 placement points where they are being currently outscored by Chromesy from OCC. OCCC. It's a lot of C's in there. As you can see, they do have 8 elims to their name, and they have 40 placement points. And then only leading by a single point over Chromesy is Solar Ice Hawk from the University of Oklahoma. Again, they only have 2 eliminations, but boy, oh boy, they are getting it done in the placement points.
Yes. And you know what? It's Oklahoma City Community College, who honestly had a lot of players who were in that top 10. Unfortunately for them, the tides have changed, but it's OU coming in, Oklahoma University, of course, going ahead and securing a lot of these top spots. No One Loves KY, Solar Ice Hawk, Creator Blues, and talking a little bit about some of these players. Solar Ice Hawk and No One Loves KY. My goodness. You talk about fragger. This is a fragger right here. You look at their score right now. They have 33 placement points, but somehow they still have 45 points. You know why? The eliminations are coming through. That's 12 eliminations that they already have, by far outpacing anyone that you've seen right here, not only in this qualifying round at this point for the 3rd match, but also last times, both the 2 qualifiers that we've seen before. We haven't seen someone before we started the 3rd heat already have this many EPs. It's just easy for No One Loves KY, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. And I got to tell you, right now they are just clipping at the heels of our top 2 spots. They're currently at 45. Meanwhile, Solar Ice Hawk and Chromesy are 49 and 48 respectively. But also look who is coming up from the bottom of the pack, G-Dog Gaming. They are making their way up right now, and they are not far behind. Maybe like a mere 10 points between themselves in that number 1 spot. And like we said, all it's going to take is just a solid round, and you can easily make up those points. So again, make sure that you are on the lookout from G-Dog Gaming, who is coming from Oklahoma Christian University.
Will the dog continue to play? Will continue to keep their EP, and not only EP, but also placement points up as well? That's a question for later, but I know it's not a question. Go ahead and make sure you're downloading the McDonald's app. I also didn't mention, or haven't mentioned in a while, you guys need to go ahead and put in exclamation point raffle in the chat right now. You have an opportunity for up to 200 items to be won, Cap. There's a lot of good items, of course. Go ahead and make sure that you're downloading, downloading the McDonald's app. You're going to go ahead and make sure that you're on app.braghouse.com, but also make sure that you're getting the raffles done as well. There's plenty of ways to win, isn't there, Cap? Because not only can you win with all of these raffles and also, being in the competition, but also making some brags. Let's talk a little bit about these predictions here.
Oh, absolutely. Again, there have been so many predictions so far, and they're only starting to heat up even more so. I mean, right now we got a brag that is going on. How many points will the highest scored competitor from the University of Kansas have in this qualifier? Under 75, over 75? Get those predictions in, because right now this is going to be interesting, because we're talking about Kansas, as far as Kansas State University, or Kansas University, regardless, anybody from the Kansas region really coming through and getting these eliminations. But right now on the leaderboard, it has literally been all Oklahoma. It doesn't matter if you're coming from Oklahoma Christian University like G-Dog Gaming, or Oklahoma City Community College like Chromesy. It's just Oklahoma right now having an absolute field day with this leaderboard.
Yeah, Washburn also has that ref from Seth as well, but it really seems to be that Midwest that's coming through the breadbasket, going ahead and making sure that they're on their way to earn more bread. But speaking about bread, of course, we have to mention that the top 3 spots also have their own cash prizes that they have an opportunity to win right now, going all the way for Oklahoma, as Cap has said, but things could change as we load up for our next game. You know what I would love to see? I would love to see, if no one loves KY, continue their dominance. EPs all over the place. Could they go ahead and secure a victory, Cap? I don't know, but they've been right there towards the end the entire time.
And you know what? I'm going to keep my thoughts to myself because, as casters, analysts, we're supposed to be non-biased, but yeah. I got to check my own biases because, I can't be rooting for a specific player over another, even though the chat clearly is rooting for Ducksworth over any other player right now. The chat is one-sided, completely one-sided. Bordy, we don't have that luxury. We can't be so gung-ho for Ducksworth. We got to cover everybody.
Oh, as soon as we gas up Ducksworth too, they're going to end up being the first elimination. So we can't do that. Not only can we not be biased, but also casting curse is real. What is also real is that a lot of these gamers are going ahead and they're going to their own respective PIs. It usually happens, especially once we establish we're already into heat number 3, game number 3. So it's pretty much established that all these gamers usually pick just one spot. They go ahead and they own it, get all the loot from it, and then the skirmishes tend to pop off, which again is always good. We talked a little bit about how this is the OG Fortnite map, and although they did add a little bit of wrinkle going ahead and putting that island on Luke late, and a little bit of weapon swaps out as well, other than that, it's pretty much been the same map. So of course you want to make sure that you have good loot wherever you drop, because that's gonna be crucial not only in early game but going to late game. And Night's Wolf, what happened to you? Must have fallen down a big spot to already be in 4 HP territory.
Yeah, and speaking of, we're seeing a lot newer POIs, and not newer as in, they've been added. This is clearly OG Fortnite, but newer as in we haven't really got a chance to see them being the main focus of a lot of these players so far. For example, we're at Junction right now for Cosmic Frosty. This is our first time where we actually got to see some action early on here inside of the llama. Cosmic Frosty! They trade out with Night Wolf. No one is coming out of that skirmish. That is unfortunate.
That's a highlight right there. I don't remember ever seeing trades, or at least for all of our Golden Royale Cup's history. So of course we're making history right here. Creator Blues hoping they could also be a part of history. Top 10 in our leaderboards, but what an exchange, and hopefully we'll see some more exciting action as we head over to Snobby Shores, a little bit south of where we saw that Junction exchange. And right now there's barely going to be any bit of an exchange of action. Tougher Sauce getting eliminated by Creator Blues.
You know what? I bet if they were the Mambo Sauce, they'd be a little bit tougher. Again, I'm going to make that joke and make that pun as long as they keep serving it up to me. I'm sorry. It's just too easy. I mean, I just got to take advantage. Meanwhile, we're coming back with TDG over here on Fatal Fields. They got a read on somebody who is across the way, and they're going with the Golden Deagle. And with that being said, it is a golden weapon. It is pretty gnarly, but I'm just not a big fan of the Deagle in Fortnite.
Yeah, you know what? I think except for that tactical pistol, you're probably going to catch me a little bit more sour than sweet. And I'm not talking about the excellent sauce that McDonald's also has on their menu, but I'm also talking about the fact that, unfortunately, the DPS is not that good. The rate of fire is not something that you'd like to see. And as we go right now to an alternative angle to see what will happen for this fight that we're going on right now, do you wish taking a little bit of damage? And a short of 1-0 has to be seen, but right now the skirmish really starts. And guess who? It's none other than No One Loves KY coming through and winning that battle like we've seen time in time. And this time again.
And you know what's really funny about No One Loves KY, and they're not the only player to do it, but you know, every single round so far, every single heat, they've had a different skin, and you know, we see that from a lot of players, true, but also we see players like Matt who come through and they use that singular colored skin, that gray skin. We've seen it 3 times, and you know, there's a strategy to that because again, you blend in a lot more, you don't stick out, and you're not as noticeable, so it helps you in the long game. But then you got players like KY. I'm pretty sure they just have shuffle on their skins right now, and they're just rocking anything.
Hey man, if you have the skins, go ahead and flex on them. Right now, you just don't have to flex with their EP points. You can go ahead and flex with the amount of skins that you have. Which one's higher, the amount of skins or the amount of EP? We'll see what happens as we close out the tournament. But right now, halfway point to our tournament. Not yet halfway when it comes to this particular game, only on Storm 1. Harmesis, we saw them earlier on match 2. Right now, haven't seen a lot of them before. Dusty Divot is also something that we haven't seen a lot throughout this whole competition. King, I said, is going for it, trying to go ahead and see if they can get their opponent slipping in Dusty Divot. Right now, it's a chase. And I know you like the Texas Chainsaw game, Cap. Well, guess what? King I said is like Leatherface right now.
I mean, they're definitely on the heels of Harmesis. And like I said, we're not supposed to have a bias, but I'll let you know right now, my bias is towards Harmesis because they have one of the best names I think I have seen so far in this entire tournament. Again, the Harmesis, that is such a cool name. And I guess maybe I'm easily pleased, I don't know, but regardless, that's where my bias is. It's not whether, you know, I think you're a great player or I think you're a bad player. Honestly, I couldn't care less. It's how good is your name? How good your name is.
Yes, for this casting is not only how good is your name, how good is your skin too. Of course, we went ahead and we gave the Joe Valentine love as well. You have a good skin, you have a good name. Guess what? We're gonna want to say it every single time. But guess what? It's EDU's game has made sure that they have kept in it. Also to the Harmesis, they go from one situation where they're in danger, just like Ralph Wiggums, they're in danger again right now. They flew into none other than King I Said, who again, just like Leatherface, on their trail, has not given up quite yet. They don't have the best positioning in the world right now, but right now, their aim is true. Harmesis getting harmed out of the lobby. King I Said is the king and said, guess what, Harmesis? I'm the one that's pushing harm right now.
Yeah, that they were. And again, that's why it's never good to have me as a fan, because then you get the Captain Caster's curse and you inevitably get eliminated as soon as I mention your name. But moving on now, as you can see right outside of Tomato Temple, you got Trento, who is using those grapples to sling right along into the good outside of the danger there. And they have someone on their heels as well. Look at this, someone giving chase. As once again, we'll see Trento, another player, making their way now to Dusty Divot.
Oh, absolutely. They've been the traversal person to be right now. Seth, unfortunately, not the traversal person to be. They're well within that storm. I know it's only the second storm, so that's 2 DPS. So right now, depending on if they have mobility, it won't necessarily pack them out into the lobby, but they're going to want to make sure that they're traversing well, just like our friend Trento is. Juice Fatty has been one of our go-tos when it comes to observing their gameplay. Right now they're in the middle of Loot Lake, and I think adding that island makes traversing in Loot Lake a lot easier. You don't have to worry about that you know, almost to your waist, you can't swim in it, you can't really move in it type water. And also too, you have the rift ability right there, and Juice Fatty is using it to their advantage. Why not, instead of using those 2 rift to goes that I have, why not just save it and make sure I can traverse, get myself into a better space and better location? Smart for them.
Yeah, and you know what? I got to give it up to Juice Fatty as well, just because they have been in the mix in a lot of these firefights that we end up commentating on, and they often find themselves in the highlight reel as well. And they're currently sitting at that number 6 spot, and you know what? They're doing a pretty good job right now for the most part. Again, you know, they're really trying to put on for their respective school, their respective university. They're from Southeastern Oklahoma State. So again, it's going to be interesting to see if they can really, finally break that top 5. Currently at number 6, they're right there. Just got to put in a little bit more to find themselves in those top spots.
And pack them up like a Happy Meal. Look at that. King I Said going ahead and getting another one right there. 2 eliminations, but they've come quite impressively. Go ahead and put up the teabag for him, too. That's a throwback. We don't see a lot of teabagging anymore. Ducksworth, the people have their prayers answered. Ducksworth, who we've all been requesting. I see you guys. I know you're excited. Well, we're finally getting a little bit of peek on them right now. Quiet game so far, but a lot to happen. Matt 28. Now, their game has been anything but quiet, Cap.
Yeah, I mean, you also got to keep in mind, this is a player that we have often talked about as well. They have found themselves in the podium before, and now they're looking to find their way back. Remember, they were eliminated by Chromesy in that last heat early, and I know Matt 28 did not take kindly to that. Again, they're going to try and make their way into that podium to get themselves back up in that top 3. And so far, so good. They're managing to hold on, but much like they're in heat number 1 and 2, we haven't seen them get a lot of elimination points, and it seems to be that they're going for the long game and trying to find themselves in the top placements.
Yeah, very surprised that Matt 28 went ahead and said no, ducked that battle, because I thought that they had pretty good positioning beforehand. They didn't have it that second hand, but good job using those shot grenades. Again, unlike the Impulse, you're going ahead and you're getting those iframes when it comes to fall damage, so that's super important to have. King I Said just wants blood. They want it now. King I Said they have beef, like all the beef that's on a quarter pounder. I'm going towards you regardless. Right now they're trying to find a hole in the defense, and they'll find one right there. A cheeky hot shot right there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they're able to find the opening, but if I'm not mistaken, I think someone else is getting in on this action, and I think that's No One Loves KY coming through to put an end to King I Said, and now No One Loves KY looking for a 2-piece here, as now they're going to be the ones to take the fight to Matt, and they're going to be working from up top. They have the high ground, and again, No One Loves KY, just an absolute elimination monster, looking for another one here as they refuse to give up.
The chaser being chased right now, and now their opponent is just trying to get a pot shot right here off of these half walls. That's exactly what they're doing right there. The slender walls going ahead and doing them a favor, getting them to good position. No one loves KY. I don't know if they were considering going ahead and popping off that rip to go, or if they were going ahead and did it on accident. Looks like it was on purpose. Again, right now you're only in Storm 3. This is a pretty safe time to go ahead and use that rift to go, so you're not getting shot in the air. But it looks like that hunter decided, hey, I know when to chase, I also know when to fold. They folded that battle, but went ahead and still walked away with another EP to their name.
Exactly. And, we were even talking about that during the break when we're talking about No One Loves KY because they're the top frag, but yet their placement points are never really that high. They get to around like the top 5, I think is the furthest I've seen them go, and it really damages them in the long run because they can't find themselves in the top 3 of the leaderboard. Currently, they are number 3, but if they got a little bit more placement points, they could easily be number 1. So I think this time around, they are going to play a little bit more careful. They are going to slow things down a little bit and give up some of these fights instead of wasting a lot of resources going for all of this EP. So again, I think this is a nice change of pace from No One Loves KY as now we check in on Juice Fatty, who's on the receiving end of a little bit of damage here.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get a little bit more interesting. People trying to get you in the air. Third Storm, I think there's still enough space between players to make sure that nothing happens right now. The Fortress, the Porta Fortress right now has been popped off. Whoever is on Juice Fatty's tail went ahead and used that to their advantage, trying to make sure they can get some nice shots off here as to Juice Fatty, but doing a great job just evading him, or at least so far. Unfortunately, Juice Fatty, we talked about Leatherface right now. They have somebody on their trail. They will not go away either. They are very persistent right now. Juice Fatty on their back heels. Only 57 plans to their name right now. Can they grapple their way out of danger? So far, they've been doing a great job, but I think it's only a matter of time before their opponent finds them.
Yeah, they really need to get these minis out of the way, and you know they went for it, but then they canceled it. I don't know if that was the smartest thing to do. They got to get these shields off. They got to get them quickly. As you can see now, they do have a moment. Honestly, they could have got 50. They could have popped those 2 mini shields instantly, and they would have been done by now, but yet they are still a little bit hesitant. As you can see, Creator Blues trying to make their way down, and I think they might have lost Juice Fatty here. I don't think they know where they are anymore.
And you know what? I think that's why they're not going ahead and using those shields, because if you have the sonic navigation situation, you can go ahead and see who's healing by you and see exactly where they are right now. Creator Blues is totally lost. They don't know that right next to them, and I mean literally right next to them, is their opponent. But fortunately, they just haven't been found yet. So you have to wonder if when they're going to go ahead and walk away from this, because Creator Blues just can't really track them down.
Yeah, and you have to remember they are well inside the storm here, so they are in good positioning. So they really don't have to move. They don't have to go anywhere. They could stay right there for the longevity of this round, at least until the next one begins to move. But still, 1 minute and 20 until round 4 moves its way in. So again, they got all the time in the world, and it's so funny to me that Creator Blues has literally checked every single corner, every nook and cranny of this building, except the one that Juice Fatty's in.
Yeah, Juice Fatty is just living another day. Just aim at the wall. Please don't come in. Please don't come in. Oh boy, is their opponent in for a rude awakening, at least initially, when they do actually pop in through. But I don't think Juice can actually win this war if it actually does pop off. They're literally right there. You saw it right there. You saw that they were literally on top of them right now and just don't know where they are. It's interesting, Cap.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I love the production that constantly goes to these camps, to these observations. You know, again, I love seeing the Golden Royale Cup rat cam. I think it's like my favorite feature in this tournament, you know, just peeping out the people that are laying low, trying to avoid the danger. And, you know, right now it's just Juice Fatty. They are just so low in health right now. And Creator Blues, even though they were chasing that EP and weren't able to really get it, they still got the benefit of getting all of the loot that was inside of that building, leaving Juice Fatty with nothing.
Yeah, if I were Juice Fatty, you know, there is a boogie bomb in their vicinity. At least they can go ahead and secure that. That might help them, especially if they find something a little bit earlier than they want. But at least they have the ability to heal, get their shields up, and hopefully they can find something else. Chronic Grenade going ahead and making sure that they're popping off their shields. But as I said before, it's that 4th storm where it really becomes interesting. When you use those Rift to go, you almost have to anticipate also losing a little bit of shield, losing a little bit of health on the way there. Chronic Grenade in a battle, in a skirmish right now, and I'd go ahead and heal up, because their opponent, wherever they are, they don't have an angle on them. Seems a little bit further away from them.
Yeah, and they were able to grab even more shields here. You might want to use them again. It only takes 2 seconds, and there you go. You're back at 50 shields. So, again, good on Chronic to try and avoid the danger here as much as they can, even though, again, those shots just keep peppering on in. And I don't think they're going to give up on this skirmish just yet. I think they're actually going to try and chase Chronic, but for the time being, Chronic just seems to be out of reach.
Oh yeah, they're definitely going against a Scar or something around the nature of that. Promzy, of course, we're familiar with this area again. That's where Juice Fatty was hiding out the entire time. Chronic couldn't track him down. Promzy right now, right there in the area we're used to, going ahead and using this time to go ahead, stack up on materials, because as we approach this 5th storm, that's where materials mean so much. Juice Fatty doing their thing, was able to find health. You know what, Cap? That means so much. Although you can't make sure that you have full shields, you can't find that. At least you're making sure that you have you're as healed as possible. And after being in a precarious situation with Creator Blues, hey, you're going to be counting whatever blessings you can find there.
Oh, absolutely. Creator Blues now making their way in. And look, from this POI, this is where the contention has been made between Creator Blues and Juice Fatty for the longest, is now you can see Creator Blues on the receiving end of some of this damage. They're going to have to nade out and avoid all of that danger, but they are moving closer to that storm, as that storm will begin to move. Round number 5 underway in only 40 seconds.
Yeah, that switch from the impulse to the shockwave has been so important. You have not seen a lot of players pick up that impulse, but it's that fall damage that comes with the shockwave and makes it an excellent backup traversal. Cosmo Drago, we haven't seen a lot of them because guess what? We've been seeing a lot of players that have been going against them, like Solar Icehawk right here. 2 eliminations to their name again. In that top 15, we'll see if the luck continues to last. EDU is here, has also been around, also been a fragger right now, outside of a fragging situation that seems to not involve them. Right now we're going up, and that's no other than KY that we've seen right now getting to another skirmish. Anytime skirmish happens, it's usually involved with KI, and this time it looks like it's Matt also around there as well.
Yeah, but I'm used to seeing KY have a little bit more elimination points at this point. You know, we're here in going into round number 5 in just 40 seconds. So again, you know, I'm used to seeing KY at this point have like 3, 4, 5 frags at this point. But you can see this is why they are bunkering down. They know that they're getting beat in the elimination points. So now instead of trying to play that high risk, high reward gameplay, they're starting to slow things down and try and play for the long game. They're trying to play for the late game because you can get those placement points and still get your elimination points when you're in those final 5. So again, I like the change of pace and I like the change of play style we're seeing from No One Loves KY, but in the meantime, Creator Blues still finding themselves a pretty good position here in the circle.
Pretty good positioning, and also making sure that they have pretty good health right here too, but the resource, at least in that department, a little bit resource low, only 65 building plants to their name. Of course, they have those 4 shockwaves. That's going to help, especially once the storm starts to move. We're heading towards that 6th storm, so we're about to see some spicy stuff happen so far. Solar Icehawk also doing good in their HP department. Chronic Grenade, we saw we weren't in the best HP situation, at least now, and they're getting into a little skirmish of their own. We'll see what happens from them, but they look to be trapped in a hard place as well.
Yep, that they do. As you can see now that circle will be moving in just 15 seconds, and you still have 12 players standing. Things are about to get really congested, and they're going to have to start playing a lot more close quarter combat. As you can see, No One Loves KY able to find their 3rd elimination, but they have to get out of dodge. They know they're not in the best position, and they're going to have to make their way inward towards that circle. And now they have a little bit better positioning here, and they're able to build quickly before those shots begin to rain in and really deal some damage.
Yeah, and I was going to say, bad on them that they don't have a traversal item, but they lucked into getting a grappler right at the best possible moment. Of course, they have those smalls to go ahead and make sure they can get their shield back up as well. You know, it's called serendipity when everything just seems to work out for a player, and that's what's happening for No One Loves KY, especially because they also don't have that many building resources to their name as well. Only 42 building plans, just like Creator Blues, not in a great position. Also, Jay Swiggy, also not as well, but at least they also have that grappler. And as we move to the 6th circle, that's when things start to move. You're going to want to make sure you have either or to your name, Cap.
Oh yeah, and you better have a lot of building materials as well, because again, we're going to be seeing a lot of close quarter combat, and you're going to have to provide as much fortification as possible, especially when this ring begins to move in just 35 seconds from now. As you can see, Pet Seal doing a lot better this time around. They've made it into the top 11, looking to make it into the top 10 to get that extra placement point. And now it does look as though that this storm is getting ready to move, and look how many people are currently just out in the open, risking a lot of exposure here. And then not to mention, we already got to see some players that have the high ground, and while other players are just stuck on the ground.
Yeah, and you know what? We've seen the last game being stuck on the ground, not exactly the best thing that can happen to them. We're not seeing at least a lot of rocket launchers being kept into late game, so that means that we're not having someone fall from the sky. We're not seeing anybody's fortification drop underneath them. But speaking of rocket launchers, you know, sometimes at the caster you have a curse, sometimes you speak the words to exist as it happens. Jay Swiggy is the player that we're focused on, but right now the players that are having a skirmish right now, the skirmish is being won by none other than that grenade launcher that we talked about.
Oh yeah, they were able to get quite a few eliminations, and now take a look at Seth still holding on. They were just above No One Loves KY only moments ago. As you can see, they are trying to move along with the storm, able to build very quickly and get that mini shield off. Perfect timing, as now they are holding on as that circle will continue to move. Ooh! And they are able to get the elimination on No One Loves KY.
And you know what? No One Loves KY might be one of our top fraggers, but it's being in that top 5 spot that seems to be so elusive for them. So it's not going to happen another game. Says, however, we saw them place top 3 last game around. Let's see if it can happen again. Has an opponent right now in their trees. They do actually have enough ammo to go ahead and destroy that right now, and it looks like they ended up getting pet sealed because of that. That fall damage, unfortunately, can pack it out so quickly as we end up getting into our 8th storm here, Cap.
Oh yeah, that fall damage is very real, and as you can see here, we do have our final 4, and it does not look like Solar Icehawk is among them. So again, Solar Icehawk was that #1 spot, and this could be an opportunity for one of these final 4 players to try and take that spot away. Chromesy in a prime position to take that spot. Chromesy, need I mind you, is currently in that #2 spot, looking to take the first place. As you can see, Chromesy now still holding on in this final 4. The storm still moving along. They're able to grapple out. They have one player in their sights, but now they are being fired upon by Seth, who is just coming in on this third party, and somehow Chromesy will be eliminated by none other than Matt. But hold on, Solar Icehawk, whenever I think they are eliminated, they come out of nowhere to get the elim, and I think the victory goes to Seth.
I'm not even sure what I just saw right there. It looks like we had a double elimination back to back. And I thought that the opponents got each other, but of course that can happen. Of course, when you go ahead and secure the victory crown, you go ahead and get all your HP so you can go ahead and hit a dance on them. But instead, we had really down to the wire play by some of these gamers. It didn't look like Solar was going to be able to pull it off, but eventually, like, they were towards the end and craziness happened, Cap. We need to recap because that was crazy.
Oh, absolutely. You know what's driving me through the roof right now? Like, somehow Solar Icehawk keeps flying onto my radar, and I'm thinking they're eliminated. And then here they come out of nowhere from the top rope in the final 4, out of nowhere. And then they come in and they take the #2 spot. I'm pretty sure Solar Icehawk just finished in that #2 spot, which is still like 23 points, I want to say, off of that 25 spot. So Solar Icehawk, they're still going to be holding on to their #1 spot. And it's just crazy. They have got to be some type of stealth magician, because for some reason, when it comes down to the wire, I just lose track of them in the chaos.
And it looked like they might have actually ended up SDing themselves here. Unfortunately, it looked like they could have become susceptible to fall damage, but it didn't end up happening. They're going to go ahead and secure that 2nd spot. But speaking about 2nd spot, you know what? Let's take a second to not only appreciate some of the gamers that we've seen so far, but also talk a little bit about our sponsor, McDonald's, making sure that we are full. Go ahead and make sure that you're full of McChickens, McNuggets, whatever you want. Download that app and make sure that you're not only securing some nice little foodsy from McDonald's, but also those brag tokens that will come your way as well for going ahead and downloading that app and connecting it to the Brag House platform. We are going to go and take a break. I am Board McBoard. That's Captain Atsoka, and we will see you on the other side for game number 4. Last game before the point reset. See you soon.
Yes! McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Okay. McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Okay.
Are you feeling the heat? Well, these gamers might soon. I'm Boarding Board. That's Captain Atsoka, and we are approaching our fourth heat, not our final one, but the fourth heat and final one before the point reset. Again, we're here for the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. And after this upcoming match, we're going to totally reset the points. The gamers who were at the bottom have a chance to qualify, but let's not talk about those gamers. Let's appreciate the top 20 that we've seen so far in this matchup, Cap, because it has been a whirlwind of excitement, including the ending of this last game that we just saw.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you take a look at Seth right now. They managed to work their way up this leaderboard and put themselves in the top 3. They did get the victory royale last game, but they simply cannot outdo Solar Icehawk. Solar Icehawk only has 1 victory royale so far, but they managed to finish in the number 2 spot in the last 2 heats back to back. This player is the definition of consistency. And then right underneath them is Chromesy. Chromesy also doing extraordinarily well in the placements as well as getting eliminations on the board. And then Seth, we just talked about, working their way up. And then No One Loves KY, 17 eliminations, the top frag so far here in qualifier number 3. And this is only heat 3 leaderboard. We still got another heat. Without a doubt in my mind, No One Loves KY is going to drop a 20 bomb.
Hey, if I were the one in charge of brag, or like, you know, doing a brag right now, if there was a brag that said how many is No One Loves KY gonna be our top EP leader for the entire tournament, guess what? I'm putting all of my brag bucks in to No One Loves KY. I think they're pretty soundedly, as long as they don't get eliminated early on in this next heat and the one afterwards, they're probably gonna walk away our EP leader, at least for our qualifying rounds. And you know what? Shout out to University of Central Oklahoma. Obviously, they have a lot of fans in the chat right now because all of them are repping our sole player, Ducksworth, from that university. So clearly, Ducksworth must have a crew. But it's the other OCU is Oklahoma Christian University that has a couple players, including the Dog Gaming YouTube, who also was one of our leaders, at least in our second matchup. We'll see if they end up going away with the victory crown leading into our next game. Maybe they can really shake up the standings, but so far Solar Ice Hawk seems to be very comfortably in the league. Of course, you also have Jay Swiggy, who also has a lot of fans in this chat as well. KSU has been doing their thing. Kansas State University, a couple Jayhawks also in the chat. But so far, it's not the fan favorites who are doing well. It's the other favorites, Solar, Icehawk, Cromsy, and Seth, who have been doing their thing. Let's see if they continue going on into this one. Of course, we've seen a lot of excitement, last second plays that have happened, but so far, and we keep on going back to it, I wonder if these gamers are ever going to change up their gameplay and their methods of, you know, going into this late game. But we saw that the gamers really do have a focus on making sure that they do have that traversal weapon, which is good, right? You want something like the shockwave grenades, which are putting in so much work, especially compared to the impulse grenades. We haven't seen a lot of grapple gloves out there, but the grappler has done some good work also making sure that players can move all the way around, and of course the rift to ghost as well. But it's the materials, making sure that you have materials at the end, that seems to be the swan song for a lot of these gamers, Cap. I keep on waiting for them to change, but it feels like I'm a little bit insane. You know, the definition of insanity, keep on doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I'm wondering who makes that change and really stockpiles, especially if they're idle. Like you see sometimes what Creator Blue, instead of chasing around that player, they could have went ahead and got some materials to make sure they can last throughout those last couple storms, because it matters so much.
Oh, absolutely. And, we got to see it time and time again as well. At least in the late game, that's where we really got to
Yeah.
see the traversal elements really come into play, especially those rifts being able to, relocate immediately and move along with the storm. And that's where the difference has really been made. And that's where we're these eliminations take place for some of our top placement earners. Against Seth, we talked about everybody popping off in the chat about Ducksworth. Yes, we all quack we go whack for Ducksworth. That's all good and well, but I've also seen a couple of fans for Seth in there, which is to me is actually pretty important, because when you're looking at the top 5, as a matter of fact, when you're looking at the top 10 of this leaderboard, it's saturated with Oklahoma. Doesn't matter if it's Oklahoma City Community College, University of Oklahoma, Oklahoma Christian University. It's just all Oklahoma. But then you have Seth in the number 3 spot currently repping Washburn University. So again, that's nice to see as well, that we have some representation being had from everybody. Again, Kansas coming out in a major way. They got a couple of spots in that top 10 as well. But again, just being able to see, Seth, who was not doing the best at first, now really worked their way up through that leaderboard, holding it down for Washburn University.
Yeah, and speaking of another Washburn player who's really turned the tide around, Trento has been doing a good job making sure that they're in those top 15 placements in this game. Right now, Jay Swiggy also hanging around top 15 overall in our leaderboard status. I have to shout them out, though. One of my favorite skins, honestly, one of my only skins for Fortnite, is going ahead and giving love to none other Street Fighter legend Sakura. It looks like they also have a Street Fighter legend, Cammy, right there too, but no one loves KY. You know what? No one loves eliminations more than KY, because KY, time and time again, early game, late game, wherever, just finds a way to make sure that their opponent is in the lobby at the end of their skirmishes.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate too, because right now No One Loves KY still really doesn't have big placement point victories. I mean, I haven't even seen them get in the podium, that top 3 yet either. And if they really want to take that number 1 spot, they're gonna have to get a victory royale. They're gonna have to get a dub. But a friendly reminder to the folks at home that you don't have to be playing in today's match to get a dub. Don't forget to hit exclamation point raffle to try and get a dub in our raffle. Still going on with over 200 different products and merchandise up for grabs. Be sure to enter that raffle while you can.
And make sure you're staying in the loop by following Bragg House on Instagram for all things Golden Royale Cup. And stay tuned with the Golden Gamers. Right now, not in a golden spot, is NebJam. And we saw earlier in the game, in Game 3, they were also in a precarious spot. They get wrecked again early on by none other than It's Wrecked. It's Wrecked. I swear, the eliminations that they have, I can't tell you how many they have, but they've been making sure to get them on earlier in the game. Tilted Towers is usually where you see a lot of people packed out early. It's Wrecked, living to that name, making Tilted Towers be Sweaty Towers right there.
Tilted Towers was always Sweaty Tower. I mean, that's where you go to really get the skirmishes in. That's where you go to find the duels. Honestly, if you have a dispute with somebody, you go and settle it at Tilted Towers. And right now, It's Wrecked does currently have 8 eliminations to their name. So again, not bad in the elimination count, but much like KY, they really have to make up for it in the placement points as we continue to move forward here in heat number 4. And you got to keep in mind, this is also the last heat before we go into that 5th and final heat, that point reset. So again, you're going to have to really make this one count in order to really solidify yourself on that leaderboard.
Yeah, King, I said, repping the University of Kansas here, the only person from their school, but repping them well. We saw last game go ahead and get plenty of eliminations. Right now, they're making sure to get plenty of materials. I said you want to make sure, especially in that late game, that you have it. Right now, they had the boogie bombs. We've been waiting on people to have the boogie bombs to get these boogie bomb eliminations. We did see an elimination, maybe not the final thing that they saw. They did was the boogie bomb. They actually both ended up being a victim to the boogie bomb, but one time, maybe we're waiting for the grand finale, we're gonna see one opponent do it to the other opponent, and instead of getting wrapped up in it, they go ahead and pack the other person out and send them back to the lobby. We'll see what happens, but right now, so far, pretty quiet, but of course, it's still the Verse North.
Yep, that it is. And honestly, I'm surprised that we've already gotten 2 eliminations, and now Salty Springs under heavy contention for the most part. You got 3 players there lurking. Speaking of, the player we've all been waiting for, Ducksworth, has made an appearance. Here they are, and it's all contributing. And by the way, this is all thanks to the Golden Royale Cup Rat Cam. Thank you.
You know what? I'm not seeing enough hype in the chat right now. Y'all better be going crazy right now. The duck is up right now, or at least is still playing. We'll see if they end up driving their way up a little bit in these leaderboards. But there's still plenty of game to happen right now. We're back onto King Iset, who at least has that positioning one, you know, up there, up into the sky. And it looks like King Iset is just going to go ahead and go to the next BOI, or at least a little bit further along in Salty Springs. So we're going right back to wherever Ducksworth was and seeing if they might actually end up being the one that can finally pack an opponent out.
Oh yeah, bringing you more Duckworth's action, compliments of the Golden Royale Cup Rat Cam. As you can see, they are still in the bush, but I think they might have a read on one possible other player here. Let's see who's going to be able to pull the trigger first and get the drop and get a possible early elimination point. Still there in Salted Springs, but we're going to head back to It's Wrecked over by Tilted Towers to see how they're faring.
Yeah, right now it's right also in the vicinity of another player, and they see them right now climbing up using that weapon, not getting any shot off right now. That's super unfortunate for them. Of course, when you make sure that you have a visual on your opponent, you want to make sure you're hitting that shot, but smarter than them going ahead, let's essentially reset, especially since I didn't get that first shot off. And so it looks like they're going away for the moment, but that still doesn't mean that they aren't preparing themselves. You know, sometimes lose a battle or defer a battle so I can still keep into the war.
And you can see that first storm is going to be moving in very, very soon. Meanwhile, you got Edu is here, or EDU is here. Don't forget, always, that this is a lot of collegiate gamers in here. So EDU, definitely important. That's where you're going to get some good sources, always at .edu. Let's see if EDU is here. Going to be able to make some good sources out of what they currently have. I mean, they're looking at a green assault. They got a blue sub. They got a blue auto shoddy, the tactical shoddy, and they also have that grapple and boardy. I know you like that traversal equipment, so this has got to be looking pretty good for EDU.
You know, I do. I love it. It's one of my things, especially because this is such a big map, right? You're not seeing like a traditional map where you have 100 players. Instead, you're cutting that down in half, a fourth, and now you're just seeing a lot of space right now on the map, right? Especially if you're further away, especially towards the late game. It's crucial in the late game. You want to make sure you have something in your pocket so you can go ahead and move. It's wrecked right now, not in a great spot to be. I talked a little bit about that water. You just can't move right now. You know, your movement speed is so much slower. Luckily for them, it's wrecked. They have plenty of building materials to build some roofs so they can go ahead and traverse through that water. But that water really slows you down. You want to make sure that you can go towards it and move effectively in it, or at least you have some protection. That's exactly what they do.
Yep, well now we're making our way back over to No One Loves KY, who is now only 2 eliminations away from dropping a 20 bomb here in qualifier number 3. And right now they are still looking to put themselves in higher placement points so that way they can work their way up that leaderboard. Still though, they are the top frag out of this entire qualifier, out of all 3 regions. Meanwhile, we make our way back to Chronic Coco, who is holding things down over here towards Fatal Fields, and they have one other person there with them.
One other person. Fatal Fields, you talk about sweaty locations. Fatal Fields is also a very sweaty location, at least earlier on. You're seeing that circle start to establish itself, centering Tilted Towers. Of course, we have 2 players in the midst of that. Speaking of the 2-player situation, It's Wrecked has finally waded itself through the water and is able to use that chug jug, built a fort around them, and now they have full health after it and shield after it looked like they were not in the best spot. It looks like their opponent that's all the way on that island in Luke Lake decided, hey, you know what? I don't know what they're doing, but I'm in a good position, so I'm going to make sure that I'm good for whatever skirmishes happen my way. And X-Rec right now is thankful that they decided to give up on finding them. Because as I said, they were not in a good spot, but now they've, readjusted. They're building that fortress, and now things are looking up for X-Rec.
Yeah, maybe I'm out of the loop, but since when are Portaforts gold? Like, you saw the
Yes.
nade, right? The nade itself was actually gold, and I guess I missed that. I'm just not used to seeing the Portafort, like, being a gold item. So, again, that's interesting. But with that being said, this is also a steel metal Portafort. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. Like I said, I'm out of it right now.
So you talk about that in between from week 1 to week 2, a couple items were unvaulted, some were vaulted, and a porta fortress right there. It's not a porta fortress, even bigger. It's like a bunker and the fort combined, so much bigger, so much wider than a porta fort. So that's why it's gold. That's why it's really big. So much bigger, not only in width, but also in height as well. But hey, that can kind of be a detriment too, because it really sticks out. It can be really distracting, and make sure that players know where you are. But right now, it seems that the other player in Luke Lake has no idea it's wrecked. It's right on their tail. They decided to go ahead and bundle up, but they probably shouldn't have. Trento getting into a match of their own right now. Those half shield peaks have done some justice, and the half wall ended up working out for Dog Gaming right now. G-Dog going ahead and maintaining their dog-like mentality, getting another elimination. It looks like they're getting into another skirmish, Cap.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind, Salty Springs is where we last saw Ducksworth, so I'm wondering if they're still out and about trying to get themselves some elimination points here as G-Dog, and a little worse for wear. They have taken a lot of damage, but they still have that one Chug Jug. They're able to nade out, and now they're able to build some more fortifications. They might be able to get that Chug Jug down, but Chromzy, not one to let anyone escape. If you have anybody who is chasing you down, the last person you want it to be is Chromzy.
I was gonna say, that was clutch to make sure you're using those shocks and make sure you're out the way. I didn't know if you should go ahead and fill up your shields or go away. They decided, hey, I'm just gonna go ahead, get out of dodge. But Chromzy is not one to say, hey, I'm just gonna make sure that the skirmish is an L. They are going to chase and chase and chase again. It doesn't matter if you have a bush. It doesn't matter if you have fortresses up. Chromzy is gonna go ahead and make sure that they can secure their EP, but King's Eye Sled also trying to get their EP on as well. Decided not to use, and now is deciding to use their full shield right now. I think they're caught in between. You might as well go ahead and make sure your shield is up now, especially if you're looking to chase, because you're going to need all the HP you can in the world to make sure you're going against these gamers. They've been excellent so far. This, not only this weekend, but last weekend, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. I never shy away from using the 50 shield. Always got to get it to 100 any opportunity that you can, because you want to save those minis for the very end, because they're so quick on the draw to really pop them off in the middle of a firefight. But with that being said, you can see as the storm begins to move even more upward, we're getting more concentration around Salty Springs and even more concentration at Tilted Towers. And like I said, that's where we last saw Ducksworth, was at Salty Springs. I'm wondering what happened to our fabled hero last we saw.
I am going to walk off set if we don't make sure that we know where Ducksworth is. Okay, probably not. I'm probably exaggerating here, but I know that the fans definitely want to see it. It seems between them and Matt, they're fighting in the chat to see who is going to end up being the fan favorite. I don't know. Maybe we should go ahead and make that a brag so the players can go ahead and put their bucks towards that. All I know is that No One Loves KY is not afraid to buck on them. Not only have they been bucking, but they've been knucking, getting elimination after elimination. They only have one, which is actually quiet so far early for them. They're trying to get another one here, and it's because of their premier building skills that they've been in that position. They were just a hair away from getting backed out from Snorchan. But again, it's the impeccable building. just finding that hole at the right time. That's helped. No one loves KY, and guess what? No one else may love you, KY, but I do. Okay, you've been great this whole time.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to confirm or deny my bias, but, KY, they end up in the conversation. And, like I said, I am a frag-heavy fan. I like seeing the eliminations. I like seeing the firefights. I like seeing the action. And KY doesn't disappoint. But with that being said, they are now one elimination away from getting a 20 bomb in regulation. And that's without the fifth heat. This is just 4. So they only need one more to drop a 20 bomb. And there's only been one other player to do that, and that was Willie B, the first place winner in heat number 2, or rather qualifier number 2. As now you can see it will be a King I Said to try and find themselves their second elimination, but they're currently out of shields. They're gonna have to pop these minis as they are coming under fire from up on high. That shot does land, and King I Said still somehow standing and looking to get that final shot off, and they do. Edu is here and is here no more.
It's the window to the oblique wall that ended up making sure that King's Isolate just had just enough cover so that they can walk away from their victory. I mean, their opponent did a cheeky thing themselves, making sure that you're going ahead and putting a roof right there on the ground so you could go ahead and hide behind that. But again, you just have to have your quick wits against you, and that's exactly what King I Said has been doing. You know what? They might not be the king of our overall leaderboards, but they're definitely somebody that you want to look out for. They are goated in their own right, and right now they have 2 eliminations to their name, probably plenty more to come if you ask them, but we'll see what might occur as we head into Storm 4. 17 players left right now. Plenty of things can change, and this is where things start to get even more spicy than they already were, Cap.
Absolutely, and you want to talk about something. Remember earlier on, G-Dog Gaming was literally being hunted down by the number 2 player currently on the leaderboard, Chromzy. So the fact that G-Dog is still not eliminated is a little surprising to me, because again, Chromzy, whenever they get their crosshairs on you, they tend to keep them on you. So again, I'm wondering what happened to Chromzy. I'm wondering if they're still around. I don't know. All I know is that G-Dog went from being hunted to having full health and full shields. So again, gonna be looking for Chromzy whenever we move forward, and we do see in the feed that Chromzy is still around here in qualifier number 3 here in heat 4. And again, a lot of concentration now being made here at Tilted Towers.
Yeah, we did peek a little bit at one gamer. We haven't seen a lot about it. Seems like there's another Seth. It's just not Seth with the Chinese character after their name. Turns out that there's another Seth to the party. So many Seths to go around. So many gamers to go around to. Creator Blues. We saw them search around for Juice earlier on in the matchup. Right now, they've just been trying to get their way out of Tilted Towers. Tilted Towers has so many gamers converged on it right now. Creator Blues doing a good job of utilizing their grenade, and those shockwave grenades, it was excellent. You can be in a precarious situation when you use that. You do have the fall damage that you're not that you're immune to when you do use it. But again, just like the glider situation, you can put yourself out there and people can peek you and view you, especially with so many gamers around them. That was a risky move, but they put themselves in a great position taking that risk.
Yeah, now you can see that storm is going to be moving in, and that's the storm that hurts too. And now with round number 5 getting ready to go underway right about now, we got a minute and 30 until that storm begins to encroach, making everyone in Tilted Towers vacate their fortifications and move even closer down into that valley. So this is where we're going to see a lot of eliminations being made, and a lot of these players that are currently standing here in Tilted Towers will not be here come the next round.
Yeah, they will not. This is where things start to get extra intense, and you're seeing it pop off right here. G-Dog was so hesitant going up to the surface in the first place because they sensed the fact there were so many gamers around, especially when you're going against somebody who has that nade launcher. They're unafraid to destroy any fortifications on their way. Luckily for G-Dog, though, they also have a grenade launcher to their name. They can end up getting away from this, especially with their shockwaves, if they use it correctly, but right now they're just trying to scope each other out and figure out where exactly the other opponent is.
Yeah, I honestly had no idea. I got lost in the sauce, but G-Dog is a boss and happens to know exactly where their opponent is, although they did lose all of their shields. They're going to have to try and pop these minis as they do get one off. Now looking to get the other to put them at 50, trying to figure out who that is exactly on the outside in, but there is so many players on the outside. As you can see, that Storm is going to be moving in a short 10 seconds. They are going to have to make a move. G-Dog Gaming cannot stay here for much longer.
Hey, I would get lost in the sauce too if it was as delicious as the mumbo sauce is. McDonald's, make sure downloading that app right now. Though G-Dog has been living by these excellent shockwave grenades. I promise you, they've been using them effectively, and their fortifications too. Having 100 at this time is really good. I would go ahead, make sure that you have a little bit more, because this is where 100 is not gonna cut it heading into Storm 5. They'll go away fast, and that's why, because now you have players, especially with 14 players in this small circle, all on top of each other here. It's starting to get hot right now, Cap, because hey, I'm starting to feel the sweat roll down my back.
Oh my goodness. I mean, especially now that we're out of sweaty towers, you know, hopefully we can cool off a little bit, because again, that storm has moved us away from tilted towers. And like I was mentioning earlier, you know, there's going to be some players there who unfortunately aren't going to make it to the next round. And as a matter of fact, we lost 3 just from that one storm shift over. So now we make our way back to LX, who is right there on the edge of that storm, but they seem to be in a good spot here, trying to hold on. They do have a rocket launcher in tow, but they only got 3 ammunition. They only got 3 rockets to go along with it, so they're going to have to be pretty specific and careful on when they use them.
And this is a weird spot because Lexer has been playing that long game, the safe game, the I'm just going to hide away and get position points game, which is smart because position points mean so much, but they only have 77 building plans, all right? They're going to want to make sure that they load up and have a little bit more resources to their name, because as we're approaching our 6th storm, there are 14 gamers in such a tiny space, Cap. You cannot hide out that long, or if you choose to decide to hide out so long, guess what? You're going to eventually run into somebody who's going to make sure that your fortifications that you have established, yeah, they're going to wipe away super quick.
Yeah, and you know, I want to say this is brought to you by the Golden Royale Cup rat cam, but I don't know if this is ratting. I just think they're stuck. I don't think LX can go anywhere. They're trying to figure their way out, but they are literally stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment. As you can see, that storm is going to begin to move in a short 45 seconds as Arabi does get as LX does get a read on one of their opponents, but now they are coming under fire, and they don't have a lot of resources, although they do have plenty of bricks, thank goodness, because they literally went through all of their wood resources just now.
Yeah, and they do have that shoddy that's so important. They also are going ahead and popping off that blue juice that they have, not to be confused with the blue raspberry juice from McDonald's. But again, they're not in a great position, but luckily for them, if they can hold off, make sure that people aren't attacking them, they do have not only 1 but 2 rift to goes to their name. That's super important. It's when the storm starts to move that those rifts to goes seem to be even more important. Nobody's putting pot shots on you, especially since there are 14 players. Guess what? They're all trying to move. So hey, that's gonna come into handy. Creator Blues right now also not in a good position when it comes to their traversal items, and also the amount of materials that they have to their name. No one loves KY right now, holding on to that rift to go, because I think everybody understands that it's when the circle moves that it's so important. Everybody's waiting things out. 14 players in one tiny space. Somebody's gonna get aggressive, and my goodness, no one loves KY. Says I don't want any of that smoke. I don't want any of that heat.
Yeah, and again, you know, no one loves KY, the top fragger of this third qualifier. Has just been, again, an absolute elimination machine. Like no other way to put it. They have been getting the top elimination spot time and time again, every single heat, and now they have officially surpassed 21 eliminations. They are without a doubt the top fragger of this qualifier, and they're looking to continue on, but the only downfall is that they haven't been able to get many placement points, and because of that, they have yet to crack that top 3. Only moments ago, they were in that top 3, but if they're not able to get a good placement here, they might lose their spot.
Yeah, and I was going to say, unfortunate for them, they had to use that Rift to go so early, so they took a lot of damage to their seals, to their HP, but they're going ahead, and they're getting 2 eliminations right here. Oh my gosh, it's up to 6. No one loves KY. They went from nothing to 100, but right now, they're packed out as well. Juice Fatty says hello to the competition right now. Thank goodness that they ended up falling onto that zip line. They're making sure that they're not getting any damage when it comes to falling. And Juice Fatty, they also have been right there in the mix the entire time right now. We haven't seen them place in the top 5. There's an excellent shot for them. Cromsy right now, we're used to them getting a lot more eliminations. Tomsy right now in a difficult spot. So many frags that have happened in short amount of time, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. Cromsy, remember, is in that number 2 spot, still trying to take the number 1 spot away from none other than Solar Icehawk. So again, these two in contention here, and again from 2 different universities, one from University of Oklahoma, the other from Oklahoma Christian Community College. And it does look as though Cromsy will be eliminated. Not sure if they're going to be able to take that top spot. Meanwhile, G-Dog Gaming trying to hold their own and keep their spot. And somehow, so many times we see G-Dog on the brink of elimination, but barely survive. They only have 1 health left to their name. Little to no shields left. And somehow, with 1 HP and a dream, they are still standing.
They literally cannot be in the storm any second before they are completely eliminated. Luckily, they have their smalls, and also, too, they're not stopping being aggressive right here. They're gassed. Their foot
they have
has
0
been on the
HP
gas the entire time. They know they have to move, but Matt does an excellent job of packing them out completely. Matt doing an excellent job before landing right on Cromsy and getting them packed out as well. Seth the man, the other Seth. We have not seen a lot of them so far in our competition. This is going to be good for their placement points, but right now, they're hoping that they can be put into a better place as they are the favorite target of fire. Matt is left. And who is Matt going against? Well, we'll see right now, Cap.
Yeah, I'm nearly convinced that Seth and Seth the Man are the same person. I could be mistaken. I'm gonna have to take a look at the roster, but I'm nearly certain they're the same person. Regardless, now we're down to our final 2. Matt 28, who has been knocking on the door of Victory Royale time and time again, looking to take it, but no! It will be Solar Icehawk again to get their 2nd Victory Royale on the day.
Not only the 2nd Victory Royale, but also the 2nd Victory Royale that has been won off of the heels of fall damage. Sometimes it's about making sure that you have items. This is why I stress traversal items so much. They can make sure to negate a lot of that fall damage that players have. Also, to making sure that you have materials so you can go ahead, put a slanted wall on the ground before you end up getting your fortress bottomed out beneath you. But it happened again, and that's why Solar Icehawk, again, you know, there's no question. We don't have to go through the highlights to know that they're walking away with the top spot in our 4 qualifiers. They're definitely in the top 20.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we had some fantastic plays throughout this entire heat number 4 there, the end of the regulatory heats, as we're going to get that bonus one underway, that last chance qualifier soon. But once again, no one loves KY, who was able to walk away with 6 eliminations, does finally get eliminated, and once again cannot make it into those top spots, and they're going to have to go through regulation without getting a victory royale either, after getting so many elims in this qualifier. And then Seth the Man as well, playing phenomenally, nearly getting another victory royale, but they will be eliminated, of course, and it was none other than Icehawk to finish things out. My goodness, Solar Icehawk again putting on for the stream, putting on for their school, getting that top spot, their 2nd victory royale, and unfortunately, Matt again came so close to getting theirs, but just literally fell short.
And it's the player that got eliminated by Matt Cromsy that said, hey guys, I sold on that one. It's A-okay, Cromsy. You may have fallen in our best of 4. But of course, we have this last chance qualifier. I know Cromsy, I know Matt, they don't have to worry about qualifying for that. They're probably well within our top 20. We will see that after the break. But let's go to that break right now so we can get to more action and really get into the mind of some of these gamers. Bordy McBoard, Captain Atsoka here. We're headed towards our fifth game. But let's go to our intermission before we get to that. See you guys on the other side.
McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Okay.
We are back again. I am Bordy McBoard here for the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite presented by Coca-Cola. And I'm here with none other than one of our competitors. Right now, they're sitting pretty at 19. So that means they are in qualifications. But I'm sure they'd like to, rack up a couple more points, rack up a couple more elims on our way to our fifth game. We are here with none other then Arctic. Go ahead and give us a little bit about yourself. Tell us your name and what school you went to.
Hi, I'm Alex, otherwise known as Arctic the Kitsune or Kitsune, whichever you like to prefer it, and I'm from George Fox University.
Okay, from George Fox University. And are you repping your esports squad right here?
Yeah,
I see it right here. You mind showing it off to us right here? Ooh, we love that right here. Go ahead.
It's a great design.
Great design right here. And I'm always a little bit jealous when I see these gamers and they have the really cool esports design. So go ahead, rock that. And you've not only been rocking, your outfit, of course, but you've been rocking the competition as well. How did you feel about these games that you played? Have you been in a tournament before?
No, I'm kind of like with my friend Crater from last week. It's my first tournament, just hopping in. Also another bucket list thing, but I also do want to be highly competitive in this. Okay.
And you've been doing your thing so far. How have the games you feel have gone for you so far?
This gone pretty well. Ping has been an issue for me, but otherwise I think it's gone really well. Just a slight reaction times.
Slight reaction times are a big deal, and also too, sometimes it's school Wi-Fi, sometimes the ping can be a little bit crazy, but hopefully it improves along with your gameplay. You did just sneak into the finals. You will be going to the grand finale. How does it feel to be approaching that, especially because it's your first tournament?
Oh, it feels great. That's something I've always wanted to do. I mean, yeah, the money would be nice, but to know that I've been good enough that to push to a grand finals is honestly more thrilling than anything.
Yeah. Do you play Fortnite a lot?
I just got back into it. I used to play a lot. It was it's funny to think how long it's been, being almost 5 years. That's why the first one I was running the drip skin. That's the season I was mainly into it.
Ooh.
Did
OG help?
Coming back. Yeah, OG. I started playing again also last season, but OG definitely helped. Hopped on my squad. Me and the boys, Badlog, Soulkeeper, including Crater as well as last week. All of us just hopped on.
Oh, and you know what? That's so beautiful because all of you can play together and build together, and it's forged by fire and iron. Sometimes you can all bring it together, but George Fox doing his thing, grouping all together to make sure that they can get some W's. I do have a couple more questions. Right? You talked about the money, but the scholarship money could be a big deal. What does it mean if were to go on to actually win this thing and get some scholarship money? How big of a difference will it make to your life?
Oh, it definitely would make a big difference. Besides, my family was not officially on board when I decided to go here, being out of state, and then that's why you have to come up with the money yourself. So honestly, it'd be just a huge relief if I was to get even the third place prize of $1K. That'd still be a lot of a help in the long run.
Where are you from, real quick, before I wrap up?
I'm originally from Yelm, Washington. It's a small town between Olympia and Tacoma.
Okay, so it's funny. We did have our Washington qualifier, last week, and you're probably going to go against some people that over there in Washington right now. You head over into our Oregon, doing their thing, and Kansas, and of course Oklahoma qualifier this week. I do have one more question for you. It's not even a question. It's just an ask. So you could just go for it. Do you have any shout outs that you'd love to, amplify while you're already here?
Besides, like I said, the OG squad, my friends, especially my one main friend group, including William, Rora, Sean, Chandre, all of them. And then to also William and the same William and Anthony, those two mean the world to me. They're my best friends, and they mean the world to me, like I said.
And you know what? You can do all good things through friendship. I'm wishing the best of luck to you, Arctic, as we continue
All right,
on
thank you.
in not only our qualifiers, but heading into finals as well. But we're still not done with qualifiers as we transition back to the rest of the action, bringing back Captain at Soka here. We have one more heat to go right now, and again, we have to shout out some of these gamers. You know, you talk about the friendships that Arctic has maintained, the swag that of course he's repping as well, but again, these scholarships mean a lot, and it's so interesting to see what these gamers, even in their first time being in these tournaments, how they're doing such big things, Cap.
Oh, honestly, and you know what was really impressive to me is that, you know, in that interview with Arctic, you know, we asked them, you know, about the scholarship money, and one thing that they noted was that, you know, the money's not even the most important thing to them. The most important thing is showing their talent, showing their skill on such a stage like this one, that, you know, being able to claim that you are one of the best is really what means a lot to them. But again, at the same time, you know, that scholarship money does make a really big difference for a lot of these gamers. So again, you get the accolades, you get the reputation, and you get some of these bragging rights at Brag House, as well as being able to get that scholarship money. So again, it's just it's more on the line for a lot of these gamers than I think we give credit to.
More. How do you like it? Of course, as in all that love in the chat. But now it's time to give some love to some of these gamers who've been keep on doing their thing. Not only Arctic the Kitsune, but also everybody else who's been doing their thing as well. None other than Solar Ice Hawk walking away with 2 victories, still finding a way, some way, somehow to make sure that they're in the top every single time. But then you have players like Seth, you have players like No One Loves KY, who've been doing their thing as well. It's been such a fun tournament because a lot of these gamers have showed their skill in just various different ways, Cap.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, speaking of No One Loves KY, I mean, we got to give credit where credit is due, because they are officially the highest elimination point earner in the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. That no one out of any of the qualifiers from any other region has gotten as many eliminations as they have in regulatory qualifiers. And with that being said, you know, right now I want to say our top spot point earner for total points actually belongs to Willie B with a total of 139 points, who had 20 eliminations, still just shy of that top elimination point earner. So again, that is still impressive. Even if they don't come out in the #1 spot, just having 23 eliminations is absolutely insane.
And you know what? Sometimes, especially in these qualifiers, people kind of hide their true power level until they get to that final stage. And then they really show what exactly they're about. Of course, we will see that next week, the 18th. We'll be wrapping up, going to our finale of our Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. But we still have one more matchup to go. And you know what? This is an excellent time. You know, we've seen their name so many times this tournament. We finally might see them end up on our qualification board as well. This is an excellent time for some players that we haven't seen, like Ducksworth, to actually make sure that they're in this top 25. Points reset is so important, especially with such a big lobby, and this gives a lot of gamers an opportunity to rectify, you know, what could have been a rough couple 4 games, and change it, turn it around now that you have your 6 underneath you, and hopefully end up qualifying going into next week.
Yep, this is going to be our 5th and final heat of the day, so whatever happens now is going to be the end of it, and we're not going to get another opportunity until, of course, the 18th, which is the grand finale. So again, a last chance opportunity for a lot of these players to show what they're made of, to show what they're going to bring to the table at the grand finale, and a chance for some of those people that are lower off in the standings of that leaderboard to try and still qualify. Again, this is a complete point reset. Those who have already qualified are going to qualify. They are done. However, this gives another opportunity for those who didn't to push their way into the grand finale. So again, this is a big opportunity here for this qualifier number 3.
Yeah, and I know that a couple players are saying, or a couple viewers are saying quack in the chat, getting ready to see what Ducksworth might be about. But it's okay, maybe Duckworth qualifies, maybe they don't. Either way, there's plenty of opportunities for you all to win. Make sure that you're doing exclamation point raffle in the chat. You go ahead and type in that command. You have an opportunity at several items, almost 200 items of merch that we have available to give to you throughout the course of our tournaments. Make sure that you're going ahead and clicking that link after you put that command into the chat. Go ahead and make sure that you're downloading the McDonald's app. That allows you an opportunity to get some good old snacks, full meals, even McChickens, salads if you feel that way. Of course, good old chicky nuggets and also fries as well. But then also you have an opportunity, app.braghouse.com, to look at some of these brags. And that's another way you can get your merch up, isn't that, Cap?
Oh, 100%. Again, there's a lot of opportunities to be had. Even if you're not in these matchups today, even if you don't stand to win anything as far as, winning a Fortnite victory royale like me, who never wins a victory royale, you can still win on Brag House and, of course, by entering in the raffle. So, again, there's that. In the meantime, we're going to get qualifier number 3, heat number 5 underway here at Salty Springs. As you can see, EDU is in fact here in Salty Springs with 3 other players.
Yeah, salty, looking a little bit like some spicy ramen, right? A little salty and spicy right now. Salty Springs has a lot of players around it. Snorchan is another one of those names where we haven't seen placed, but they've been right there in the mix. This is why we have this reset round, to make sure players like them can have an opportunity. Maybe sometimes, we've all had games, Cap, where things just aren't working out, days where things just aren't working out, and that's
every
why
game for me, by the way. That's every game.
You've never secured for me a solo victory at all.
maybe I have, but still, in the long run, come on now.
Oh yeah, in the long run. In the long run, I will say I've gotten most of my dubs in groups. Yeah, the only one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the only crown, that I actually have is the only crown I actually have. It's literally just one crown. Honestly, I'd have a better chance getting a crown if I just got a skin for it.
And you know what? Sometimes that's the only thing that you can do. Any victory is some victory, dang it. And right now, Snorchan needs at least some type of victory. They're going against what looks like KY. It's unfortunate if they run into them, because Snorchan has not had much luck in the placement charts, getting packed out so early. I know 5 players are already out, but you definitely don't want to run into a juggernaut like them early on. You just want to make sure you survive.
Well, let's see if they can. Snorchan still holding on here, working their way from the low ground, and again, getting some extra building materials while they're holding up as well. Their loadout, not the greatest, but again, it's just a hot drop onto Salty Springs. Really not much to grab, and it looks like King I said managed to grab whatever little there was. Again, that blue AK looking awfully nice. Not to mention, they are working their way through these fortifications, trying to get the read, looking for some shots to go off, and there they go. King I said will get the elimination on Snorchan.
You know what? It wasn't KY. But King I said has also been doing a great job of getting eliminations, maybe not early on, but they still have been solid when it comes to making sure that they've been packing people out. So right now, they are continuing true to their form, going ahead and getting an elimination right there. Feels bad, man, for Snore, but as we look to see what's happening on the field, everybody's still pretty spread out right now. I believe the most action we see is gamers going against each other, seems to be, or near each other, I should say, seems to be a lucky landing right now. Grumsy, this is a guy that we've seen a lot from. Right now, they have a pretty decent loadout right now, going ahead, getting that AR, having the tactical shotty, switching it around instead for a pump, as you're seeing right there. So they're looking for the distance game, not necessarily making sure you have that rate of fire game right there. Going ahead and finding a green one. That's good right there. But they have true traversal items to their name. That should be good. They don't have to worry about that, though, because we're still well underway. Storm 1, and they're right next to it.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, because like you have said, we've seen a lot of Chromesy. Chromesy, for the majority of the day, was in that number 2 spot at the heels of Solar Icehawk, but time and time again, they just simply weren't able to finish in that top spot. We've seen them come in at a couple of number 2s. We've seen them in the podium in those top 3s, top 5s, but never in that number 1 spot. Just so close. And another fun fact here is that, they have 9 eliminations, which is in the top 3 for elimination points, but still, again, just so close, as they have been in that number 2 spot and currently are actually in the number 4 spot. Their spot has been taken by Seth, and of course No One Loves KY, who is currently in the 3rd spot. But again, Chromesy has just been so close to that number 1 spot time and time again, so I know they're going to want to finish on a solid note here for heat number 5.
Yeah, they've been lurking around, and it has been up and down when it comes to that 2 to 7 spot right there. A couple players have just been jumping, leapfrogging all over the place, but one thing stays certain, and that's none other than Solar Icehawk doing their thing. They remain at the top, and they remain in the game. As you see right here, Zipcon, that's somebody that we have not seen a lot of as well. Right now, I'm trying to look at the leaderboard to see where they might rack up in this action, and I believe that they have not placed, at least so far, but this is why we have that 5th round, to make sure that they have a possibility to reset. And right now, they're going for broke as they're getting into a skirmish right here, and it looks like they have their peaks together. They just need to make sure that they can actually find the player they're going against.
Oh, absolutely. And again, this is why we have those last chance qualifiers, because even though they didn't get the job done in regulation, there's still an opportunity for them here in this 5th heat. As you can see, they do have a read on the person directly across from them now. They do have an opening, but not able to land their shot as the modifications keep changing, and still they cannot get a line of sight on their opponent.
Yeah, can't quite get it. They just keep on having little shots right there. That seems that a hit right there, using that pump to their advantage. Looks like they got 2 hits off. Instead, using that good old blue juice that we're talking about, totally the blue raspberry icing from McDonald's, to their advantage, going ahead and making sure that they're getting full shield. This one is looking like it's a slower skirmish. Sometimes people go for broke. They don't care what their health situation is looking like, but it makes sense since they're going against someone like Matt28. This is a person who's placed time and time again. They already know what their fragging capabilities is like, so they don't want to rush into anything too soon.
Yeah, and not only that, but Matt28 is actually one of the top placements here. They're currently in that number 5th spot, so they are in the top 5. Again, Matt28 is again one of those players that really stands out from the rest. So again, it'd be really interesting, or actually really rare, to see them go out so early, as again, we really haven't seen much from their opponent. This is again one of the only times we actually got to see them in open combat.
It looks like we have a third-party situation happening right there. We heard the rocket launcher flying through the air. Somebody else decided to get a little bit cheeky with it, but then decided to back up. So we're back to a Zipcon situation versus Matt, and they've just been getting peeks on each other. Zipcon really wants to get that right here, totally leaving themselves open when it comes to that arch, when it comes to standing on top of that fort right there, using as slanted walls to their advantage. But they've just been trying to find and been testing, really trying to test the fortitude of Matt right there, and then just got a solid shot when they zip their way up, use that grapple gun, and expose themselves there.
And you know what? I'm wondering why we haven't seen Zipcon earlier throughout the day, because they definitely seem like they know what they're doing. I mean, I've never really seen Matt like this with their back up against the wall, unless they were in that final 4 or even in the final 3 as the storm was moving along. Again, Zipcon giving Matt a run for their money, and I got to tell you, I'm impressed.
Oh, very impressed right there. I was going to say, when they were building and they were looking for their peaks, using those arches, using the half walls, using the slanted walls to their advantage, it, like you said, it was very obvious they knew what they were doing and was really doing a good job on paper trying to get their peaks. But as we talked about it before, Sometimes it's just the luck of the draw. You don't get it initially, but that's why we have the 5th game for players like this. ZipCon didn't get much going early on in those first 4 games, but has packed out one of our top 5 players in this qualifying action. Could it be comeback season for ZipCon? We'll see going further into this competition.
Yeah, but now we go to the top fragger of the entire tournament with the highest elimination count throughout all regions in the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite presented by Coca-Cola. No One Loves KY is, again, just an elimination demon, being able to just rain down terror on anybody they come across, even though they haven't really finished high in the placements. Again, I don't even recall them getting into the top 5, but they have literally just been carried into that number 3 spot solely on their elimination points.
You know, there's so many different ways to win, and this is why we love this, right? Not only do you have the opportunity to win just by placing, just staying in the game, maybe you decided to play conservatively because of that, but also, too, uber aggressive players like No One Loves KY can go ahead and make sure that they're in top form when it comes to placement at the end of our leaderboards, because they just keep on being active and finding ways to accumulate and build points. That's someone who hasn't had trouble building points. Cromsy, 2 eliminations right there, whether it's placement or whether it's getting those EPs. Cromsy has just found a way to continue to be at the top of the leaderboards right now, and right now they're positioning themselves in a good way, getting that blue pump, which will end up working their way nicely. Also, traversal spots right here, I would say probably get smalls instead of those big pots, and I would say they have darn near close to a perfect equipped perfect set of weapons that you want for this point in the matchup.
Yeah, now you can see that does look like Ducksworth, actually, though. They're going to be on the receiving end of this damage. And it was. I recognized Ducksworth. You know Ducksworth when you see them. They're just so famous. You got to recognize them. And unfortunately, they were on the receiving end of Cromsy, who was able to find that elimination and went duck hunting. Unfortunate. Feels bad for the Duck fan base in the chat. But I got to tell you, I mean, when you come across Cromsy, there's only so many ways for that to end.
Oh yeah, the Duck was not up, or at least they weren't in a good position that you would like to see. Pet Seal is another name that we haven't seen a lot of. This qualifier is definitely good for them, rocking that John Wick skin. And speaking of skins, you know, we saw them rock something else. Seth is going ahead and taking something from Matt's playbook. You know, we talked about those single colored skins coming in clutch. Matt has done a great job rocking with that single color skin. Let's see if the luck might transfer to Seth. Of course, Seth has already been one of our top fraggers, one of our top competitors, placed well. But let's see if that luck continues with that single colored skin like we've seen time and time again, not only in the qualifiers this year, but last year too.
And now Cromsy going right back to work. Already has 3 eliminations to their name. And right after eliminating Ducksworth, they're trying to find yet another one. And you can see they're working from underneath. They do not have the high ground advantage. This could be very detrimental. And it all depends on who is on the other side of this fortification. That could be a danger, as Cromsy does take a little chip damage here. Nothing to write home about, though. And you have to keep in mind they do have those 2 half shields at the ready if they really need to. You can see they're going to go and put one down now.
Yeah, but you know, those half shields take so much time to recover, and it's none other than No One Loves KY too, who is known to be a fragger themselves. Instead, they decide, you know what, I'm gonna wait for another day. Decides to defer that, which we normally don't see a lot from No One Loves KY. I guess in this 5th round, they've decided to take their foot off the gas a little bit. They don't need to rack up these points, but you know what, sometimes it feels good just to make sure you're in good placement. They haven't had the greatest of all placements, so maybe they're finally playing the placement battle instead of the EP battle that we've seen from them time and time again.
Since when can a bush drive an ATV? This is new to me. Again, this is why you can't trust any bush in Fortnite. You just can't. Anytime you see a bush, you're just going to have to lay waste to it. I don't know what to do. You're going to have to just start cutting the hedges, again, because you never know when KY is just going to be in that bush.
Anti-climate scientists hate them. Okay, that bush is on a move. It's on a roll and doing its thing. Let's see if that bush though can get into a better spot. That's been their kryptonite. Right now, nothing has been Solar Ice's kryptonite right there. They've just been flying through this one, flying to the top of the spots every single time. Doesn't matter the game. They don't even need to do it in this fifth qualifier, but they could just to do it. Solar Ice Hawk right now, no eliminations to their name, but they tend not to get them until the last minute. So we'll see how this continues. Right now, they're looking for some HP. They'll probably find it as the circle continues to close in. We are passing tilted towers. No more sweat them like we saw earlier on. And also, too, Cap, this is interesting. These last couple circles, the fourth one, the fifth one, we've seen a lot of players in it, right? This time, we're in Storm 3. 14 players left. A lot of eliminations happened earlier on in this one.
Yeah, again, they're throwing caution to the wind here. They're just really trying to pop off and go for a lot of EP. And again, they're trying to have a little fun with it. As you can see, it will be Juice Fatty to get the elimination onto Harm Assist. And that is a good elimination for them. That's going to be their first here of heat number 5, as that storm will begin to shrink in just a minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, what a play right there to do that sliding throughout the air. Getting that shot to go down with a shotty, yeah, that's something nice. Juice Fatty definitely going to be happy with that. Chiefs fan has been packed out this competition. Feels bad, man, because they can't even enjoy to some Chiefs this week. They're on the bye week. Cromsy, though, we talked about them and their eliminations. Look, they don't need this bye. This is technically a bye for them. They don't have to try here, but they're going to go ahead and give it their all time and time again, trying to find their opponent right now, refilling their shields. They don't have anything left after this, but who knows if they might need it, because Cromsy has been anything but eliminated early. They've just been doing their thing, Cap.
No, they really have, and they might be looking a little bit worse for wear on heals and shields, but the best way to get resources is to simply take them from somebody else that you've eliminated, and you can see that they are going to try just that. They have 3 eliminations to their name already, looking for a 4th, and we have seen this particular player earlier. I want to say that was Zip. It's something with a Z. I'm sorry. The name escapes me because we haven't seen a lot of them today, but
Zip.
They did take out Matt earlier on, so they are no stranger to taking out top place players.
Yeah, that's Zip that they're going against right now, too. They're trying to get peeks right now. The window is also always a good thing to peek through. Right now, height advantage going Zip's way, so we'll see. Zip is being aggressive right now, trying to break down that wall. Cromsy right now on their back foot, just trying to rebuild, restructure themselves down below, and they're going to go ahead and use that rift. This is a precarious time to use that rift. The fourth time, storm is usually where players can find them up into the air. Luckily, it seems like everybody else is doing their own thing, but right now they have to watch their back because they are being chased right now.
And I'm pretty sure that's still the player that eliminated Matt earlier. Again, not giving Cromsy a chance to escape, as they're going to hit yet another rift, and I'll be surprised if the chase is still going on, but it looks like it is. Hold the phone. Cromsy, I do believe, was able to escape one player, but now landed into the crosshairs of a complete different player.
Yeah, Dusty right now is feeling a little bit sweaty. Luckily, they're able to get that grenade launcher. That should bode well for them. They also leapt into a shockwave. Let's see if they decide to use that as well. Decides to pick that up and drop that pistol that they have to their name. This is super important. It was so great for them to find that shockwave. They can go ahead. That's fast movement. That's fast velocity that they're getting out of that in that storm too. Their opponent doesn't know where they are, but they end up running into another skirmish. That's the problem with using those traversal tools too early, especially the rifts. They end up going right back to where they started, running into ZipCon, and ZipCon finally got the player they were chasing after.
Again, that's their second top 5 player elimination. They managed to get Matt earlier, who is number 5. That was Cromsy, number 4. And honestly, the way they're playing right now, it seems like they're headhunting the top 5 players of the leaderboard in order.
Let's see. Their vendetta list is long. This is somebody that you want to see going towards that, though. No One Loves KY has ended up on the top time and time again, but right now somebody is on top of them. They tried to do the okie doke, go all the way around. It's looking like it's G-Dog that they're going against. They are fighting for their lives. No One Loves KY is not used to being on their back foot as much as they have. They tried to get off that chug jug. Impossible with the amount of effort that G-Dog is going at, trying to find them, going ahead, using those stink bombs. No One Loves KY. Bold for them to continue to use the chug jug instead of using those smalls. I know you want to save it for the end, but sometimes you just got to know when to fold them, and when you got to know to just let it go. And right now, No One Loves KY is not doing a good job of knowing when to let go of the chug jug, and that's why they got eliminated.
Yeah, now G-Dog, I'm pretty sure, is actually going to use the chug jug. They do have one at their disposal, and there you have it. They're going to pop the chug jug. They just wouldn't let they would not let the likes of No One Loves KY just get it off. Again, they just had to save it for themselves. And again, I completely understand why. If it tastes anything like the blue raspberry Fanta Freeze from the McDonald's app, then trust me, you're going to want as many of those chug jugs as you can get.
Oh yeah, give me some Fanta Freeze right now. The chug is where it's at right now. Wrecked. It's on a rampage right now. Couldn't go again and get one of our other frag leaders in KY, but is trying to go after G-Dog, who has also been doing their thing throughout the leaderboard as well. G-Dog, 4 eliminations to their name. Going ahead, sticking around in this hurtful storm, decided to go out just in time and is also trying to loot up as well. Serendipity. They ended up being in the right place at the right time and get some shock grenades as their reward.
Yeah, they also have some Porta Fortresses in their disposal as well. Now take a look at this. LX, we have seen throughout the day time and time again, but we haven't really seen them placed too high. So now this is an opportunity for them, as well as Zapting or Zip. I can't remember their name for the life of me. Zapped. Okay, yes. ZappedCon, that's it. ZappedCon. Okay, yes. So again, this is an opportunity for LX as well as ZappedCon to try and qualify here in this last chance CQ. As they do have an opportunity to really put themselves into the grand finale, and all they have to do is, finish out strong. They're already in the top 10.
You know what? I think ZappedCon really would have loved to pack out KY themselves because they're both from the University of Oklahoma. Instead, it was none other than G-Dog that made sure that elimination was possible. We're heading to our 6th storm. That's where things start to be even spicier as things seem to pop up. G-Dog tried to get in between that fortress. Smart play by them, but even smarter play by their competition, using that rift at the great time, getting away from G-Dog, but G-Dog still hot on their trail. They're not going to give up this without a fight.
Yeah, clearly not. As you can see now, they do have a legendary sniper there as well, but I'm wondering if they're just going to let that one go. I mean, now that the circle is getting smaller and smaller, you're not going to really be able to utilize a sniper rifle this late into the game unless you're just a crack shot, which we have seen it done before, but G-Dog Gaming, I haven't really seen them use a sniper rifle throughout the qualifier here today. As you can see, the storm will begin to shrink in the next 20 seconds, making things even more claustrophobic.
Yeah, a little less. Last qualifier, we saw a lot of long distance shots being popped off. We even saw eliminations with the bolt rifles. This time, it's all been close quarters, or at least that's all we've seen so far on our cam. Right now, somebody is going ham right now. It sounds like it's with some type of assault rifle, and they just keep on getting at the fortifications of somebody right there. It's RectCon right now, going at it with somebody else from above, going ahead and wiping away most of their fortifications. I wonder if they became a victim to a lot of fall damage right here. But Solar Icehawk right now, good when it comes to the amount of materials they have. They also have some traversal items with almost a full grappler as well. A lot of good positions. A lot of these players are in, except for Chronic Cow, who ends up getting powed out by G-Dog.
Yep, G-Dog on a mission here. They got 5 eliminations to their name, trying to tack on more. As you can see, that eye from the storm is shrinking. making it even that more difficult here for G-Dog to try and find a good position, as they're going to have to just rift out of dodge and relocate themselves.
Oh, and you know what? They swapped that grenade, that shockwave grenade, for a rift, and it looks like they ended up getting another one somewhere along the way. They rifted to another player right now. They're after blood right now. They are thirsty for these eliminations, and they want to see themselves not only at the victory path, but also at the top of our elimination point counter as well. G-Dog just trying to find their opponent. They drop down onto them. They can't get the elimination. G-Dog with only a little health left to go. They can't get their shield up, especially with its Hurtful Storm. Instead, they rift away.
Yeah, they really don't have a chance now. I mean, there's 3 players remaining, but although I will say G-Dog have been one of those players that constantly make it into those top 3 positions, and unfortunately they will be eliminated by none other than Seth the Man, as now it will be a 1v1 between Seth and Solar Icehawk, the #1 player in the qualifiers today. Solar Icehawk has won 2, well, not back-to-back, but has won 2 victory royales already, and Seth the Man, like you said, is in that #2 spot currently, and this is how you expect this final round to go. The #1 taking on the #2 in a 1v1 last stand.
I expected it to go this way because we have the single colored skin suit going against the top dog, who is Solar Icehawk. Right now rocking the single colored skin suit is not Matt, but instead we are seeing somebody else. That's Seth, who even went ahead and changed their username for whatever reason. Seth going on their other account right now, trying to win all throughout. But right now, it's just positioning. Right now, it's just using their grapplers. Right now, none of them seem to have any rifts to go, so it's not getting them in the air. It's going to have to get them through these grapples. And right now, in a great position, is Solar Icehawk here.
Yeah, and they are quickly running out of resources. You can see Seth the Man is currently out of resources, and all they have are these bandages to their name. Meanwhile, you can see from the top is going to be a absolute showstopper. Solar Icehawk somehow didn't get that elim. I thought it was definitely going to happen. I was for sure that Solar Icehawk would be able to finish things off, and you know, they have the resources, they have the shields. There's no reason why Solar Icehawk can't end things here and now. All they have left to their name is that shoddy. Meanwhile, Seth the Man, they don't have the heals or the shields, but they do have the ammunition. As they try and rein in, they're going to be working from the outside, and it will be Solar Icehawk to get their 3rd victory royale here in qualifier #3.
And go on and dance with them. You know, we talked a little bit about how Willie B never got below 2nd place. And although, you know, Willie B might have gotten that, Solar Icehawk has got 3rd, has got 5th. But for the most part, 3 victory crowns, that's super impressive. And as we leaf through these highlights that are coming up, we're going to see the same person that we've seen time and time and time again. Yeah, we could talk about No One Loves KY because, of course, they're one of our frag leaders. But we have to give all the special shout outs in the world to Solar Icehawk and also Zipcon, too, who knocked out a lot of our leaderboard leaders.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They got rid of Matt. They got rid of Chromesy. They were trying to go gunny for No One Loves KY, but that elimination was stolen from them, I believe, by G-Dog. And then also Juice Fatty. Juice Fatty was also in the top 5 in this last heat, and they also got a 2-piece there in the bitter end, but eventually was eliminated themselves. And this is where we saw No One Loves KY be eliminated by G-Dog. And again, they kind of stole that elimination away because, again, you know, Zapcon was gunning for a lot of these top spots, and they put on quite the performance. Again, you know, after all the heats that we went through today, that one ended pretty spicy, coming down to that 1v1 between both our #1 spot and our #2 spot.
You know, anytime Solar Icehawk is in the end, something spicy is going to happen, and something interesting is too. That might be the end of our qualifiers, but that doesn't mean it's the end of the show. I am Board with Board. That's Captain Atsoko. We still have plenty more action left to come. Make sure you're downloading the McDonald's app. I know you saw all those Chug Jugs. Did you know that those Chug Jugs probably taste like those blue raspberry Fanta ices? Well, you don't? Go ahead and download the app. Make sure it's delivered straight to your door so you can be enjoying the McChickens, the McNuggets, and of course, all that good blue juice. We're going to go to a break so we can go ahead and wrap up this show. Stick around, though. There's more action left on the other side.
McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Okay.
Well, hello and welcome back once again to the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. Once again, I am Captain Atsoka, joined on the desk by none other than Creator Blues from the University of Oklahoma. I got to give you a big shout out. You played phenomenally today. We got to see some fantastic highlights then and there, and at the end of the day, you ended up placing 8th in the leaderboard. So again, not too shabby, finishing in the top 10 and qualifying. How does it feel?
It feels great. I didn't really do too much. I was just, placement was focused on that, focused on getting back into the grind. It's been a while since I played, so, happy to get the placements. A lot of unlucky things happened, but, moving on, so not going to complain.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, how does it feel to be, not just, repping yourself and repping your brand, but at the same time, how does it feel to be representing your school as well?
Oh, it's super cool to be able to come up and, say that I'm part of this and I'm part of, OU itself, and come here and, show out for them. Really means a lot, not just to me, but I'm sure all my friends watching. And yeah, so it's been cool.
Oh, absolutely. And not only that, but again, just to reiterate, you have qualified. You are going to be moving on into the grand finale, and you're going to be playing up against some of the best players in Fortnite from their respective regions. And we have covered a lot of ground in these past few qualifiers. I got to ask you, going into the grand finale, is there anybody in the tournament that stands out as some top competition for you?
I mean, KY, showed out. No fear, and those types of players are really scary when they clearly show they got no pressure on them. If they're not worried about placement and they're going for kill after kill after kill, it's really a little bit intimidating, but it's all about who has the luck at the end of the day. And if he has it, he has it, but we'll see. So he's definitely a player that stands out to me, though, that I've watched. And and he goes to OU and Solar Ice as well, placement master. Really impressive, so we'll see.
Absolutely. And all of this revolves around that 10K prize pool and scholarship opportunities, and I really want to ask you, what does this scholarship money mean to you? How will it make a difference in your life as a college student, of course, but also as an up-and-coming Fortnite content creator?
I mean, to be able to, it's all about proving something. It's all about proving to everybody, and mostly myself, that I can do it. I came into this tournament, fresh off of not playing, and so to be able to say, tell my parents, tell everybody who doubted me, and even me doubting myself, I say hey, I can do this. This is what I want to do. This is what I earned. It would mean the world. It genuinely would.
Well, again, you're going to have a big fan base rooting you on. Again, we got to see a couple people in the chat, of course, rooting for their favorites. And I got to tell you, we are going to be wishing you the best of luck as you have qualified, and we'll be moving on to the grand finale. But before I let you go, is there anybody that you would like to give a shout out to? Any type of announcements you would like to make? Right now, the floor is yours.
All right, well, I'm going to look for the camera this one. To my friends and family, at college and at home supporting me, really appreciate y'all so much. It genuinely means the most. I know my parents have let me, do what I've wanted, and they've let me come to college and do what I want. So to them, it means the world. And then my YouTube, Blues the Creator, at Blues the Creator, YouTube. Go check it out. I make funny videos. I'm up and coming. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me on. It means the world.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a pleasure. And, thank you again just for taking the time to sit down with me and just have a chit chat.
Yeah, of course. Anytime.
All right, well, we appreciate you. And again, be sure to look out for Blues Creator, again, on their YouTube channel, as they are going to be making some of that content. So again, just love being able to talk to these players, after playing their matches and, seeing and really getting a glimpse of who they really are and putting a face to a name. And, it was really good to hear their announcements. And you know what? I actually got a little bit of an announcement that I would like to make myself. Again, this is actually my 1-year wedding anniversary to my wonderful, beautiful wife, Caitlin. So again, I would like to make a shout out to you. This has been a happy 1 year being married to you, and again, I look forward to many more years to come.
Don't make me emotional before we wrap up. Cap, we still got more show to push forward. Of course, shout out to Blue. Best of luck in their creation journey. And of course, continued luck and love sending your way for Cap's marriage. I remember last year, he was actually on honeymoon in between shows, but now he's going ahead, already a year down. Plenty more to come, hopefully, from you all. And hopefully from these gamers as well. Of course, we're wrapping up. This is the end of the qualifications. No more qualifications. Now we can look at the leaderboard. And right now we're seeing the top 20 gamers. Of course, this is from Heat 4. And none other than Solar Ice Hawk, of course, continuing their dominance. But of course, there's Seth. There's No One Loves KY, who was mentioned in Blue's interview as well. But plenty of great gamers. So we'll look forward to, especially since next week is the finale. Of course, we also have to look at the 5 that qualified as well, because it was an excellent play all around.
Oh, 100%. And now we also get to take a look here at our last chance qualifier players who managed to qualify in heat number 5. And take a look at this. Coming in the 25th spot is going to be Snorchan. Then King is Ed, or King Iced. And then, of course, none other than Ducksworth from UCO. They're going to qualify as well as Harmesis. And last but certainly not least, in that 21 spot is going to be TTV Zipticon from the University of Oklahoma, getting a whopping 20 points in that last heat. Oh my goodness, what a show out.
Oh yeah, Zipcon is definitely somebody that you want to look forward to going on in the competition. That's why we have these point resets, right? You know, maybe the first time round you don't really have your 6 underneath you. Well, it looks like Zipcon has found it. They are somebody to look forward to when it comes to our grand finale. And of course, we have to talk a little bit about that grand finale, because after several games of qualification, we had last week 2 competitions were placed. This week we had 1 competition. Well, now we are approaching our grand finale on the 18th. We have plenty more action to come from these gamers, Cap, and plenty to look forward to. I'm particularly excited to see what happens with players like No One Loves KY, Willie B, Bloodsrow, right? The frag getters. You know, of course, we can talk about the placement getter too, of which Willie B is one of them. But it's the fraggers that I really want to see go against each other, personally speaking.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, they have 1 more week to prepare. Literally, that's it. 1 more week to prepare for the grand finale. And again, like you said, we have seen those fraggers. We have seen the placement getters. Much like today, we got to see Solar Ice Hawk being the number 1 first place in this qualifier, number 3, and it was mostly coming from the placement points. And then you have people that have managed to find the balance of both, like Willie B. Again, with that 1 week left to prepare, I think all of these players are going to look to try and balance both, because all of them are going to have to go head to head in the grand finale only 1 week from today. So again, from all of us here at Brackhouse, I've been Captain Atsuka alongside Board and McBoard, and once again, this has been the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. And also, don't forget to check out Brackhouse on all things Golden Gamers. Check them out on Instagram for the Golden Royale Cup. Stay in the loop with Golden Gamers. Also, be sure to download that McDonald's app so you can earn points toward free items at participating McDonald's. And without further ado, we're going to see you next week at the grand finale for the Golden Royale Cup featuring Fortnite, presented by Coca-Cola. And we will see you then.
Bye.